Hello everybody, how are we doing? Welcome to the stream. It's time for another day of PTR action as we continue to go through, well, PTR games. We basically look to figure out whether this patch is good or not. Hello, welcome. I'm Wardy, believe it or not, here on WardiTV. And like I say, another fun day of SE2 coming up in just a few minutes. We are going to be starting to go into Mana versus Harstem, best of 3. Going to be starting off the day. Our order for the day is going to be as follows. 10 best of 3s coming up, starting with Harstem versus Mana, Mana versus Shin, Mana versus Clem, and then Mana versus Gumiho. Then Harstem versus Clem will be match number 5, followed by Gumiho versus Clem, Harstem versus Gumiho, Shin, Harstem, Shin, Clem, Shin, Gumiho to round it out. Perfect, so we're in the lobby to start us off, I believe, with this first Harstem Mana series. Alright, we're going to get going in a moment. Thank you so much, Pericles44, fresh new Prime sub coming in to start the day off. Thank you very much indeed. As we have players here, if we're ready, we can start this off, get this ready to rumble. Just waiting for Harstem to be ready. He just readied up. Perfect, let's go into some StarCraft action. Going to be Harstem vs Mana. So yeah, PvP to start off the day, guys. It's the typical WardiTV format of we're going to do 5 matches live, 5 matches from replays after, and all of that good stuff. Hello Wardy, the YouTube Shorts card, 5k views in no time. It's really interesting because the short is kind of funny. It started off being like, if on the graph basically of views, it started off like this. Over the first 11 hours, it was like this, and then after 11 hours, it went like this. And now it's like going up like that viewership-wise. It's so interesting. I've actually already made a second YouTube short, believe it or not. That'll be going up tomorrow because we don't have a live stream tomorrow. So it'll be going up tomorrow. I don't know if that's something you're like necessarily going to go and check out necessarily. But yeah, there'll be another one up tomorrow. And that will be fun. Looking forward to it. As we get ready to go into Harstem Mana game number 1 of our opening best of 3 here. And we get ready to rumble. Thank you so much for joining us early in the day. Like I say, 10 best of 3s coming up. Loads of StarCraft 2 coming for you as we go into the bottom left-hand corner. The blue Protoss is Mana. And the top right, our red Protoss is Harstem. We kick off into game number 1 of our first best of 3 today. And look to see what will go down. So good to see you guys. If you see any moments that you think are YouTube short-worthy, let me know. I actually think I will probably go through some of my top Twitch clips and make some of those shorts as well, like just have a bit of a throwback on some of them as well. The world of YouTube is fascinating right now. It really is. It's fascinating because of the live streams and the actual normal videos are doing well, and then the shorts are like a whole new thing to look at as well. Very cool. Alright, gates coming up. Is PvP to start the day? PvP is actually a pretty interesting way to play in the patch, or a pretty interesting matchup to play in the patch, because it's, you know, pretty significantly affected by battery overcharge being gone. You know, out of all them, I mean, obviously battery overcharge is a big changer, but out of all the mirror matchups, I mean, to be fair, TVT2 with the Cyclone change. So PvP and TVT, which are actually the 2 mirrors we will see today and throughout the event, because we only have 2 Zergs, 1 in each group. So, out of the 2 mirrors we'll see today, we really will see the mirror matchups that are going to be a little bit better and a little bit more interesting. So, that will be going on. Very exciting. Just going to throw you guys on someone's camera just because I'm trying to sort out this the second match going on. You guys know how it goes. 1 live match, 1 match on the other side. And we will just cast that one from replays a bit later on. Makes it a bit better for the players. The other match I'm just trying to get sorted out still, so just in case I need to go and tab over there and press some buttons, you guys will have someone who continues to observe at the very least. Because sometimes I get, it's funny, but sometimes I get carried away with like, you know I'm observing, but then at the same time you kind of forget you're observing because you go and do another task. Turns out my multitasking isn't very good. Who would have guessed that one, huh? Who would have guessed that one? So yeah, very exciting. Kind of excited to get into some groups today. I was not really feeling it yesterday. I think yesterday was just like we did a later stream on Tuesday, and then we came like an open cup, which is a bit more admin work on my side, and the games were a bit long, which wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Just I wasn't in quite the mindset for casting yesterday. So yesterday's stream was not the best, but feeling it for today. Excited for this Group A. Gonna have Group B on Saturday as well. Still working on the final invite for Group A. I did message someone that played in the qualifier yesterday, and they've still not replied to me. So trying to figure that out. So Group B on Saturday, and then playoffs on Sunday once again. And I think what we're going to do after that next week, I think we're going to run a bigger tournament. We're going to run WardiTV November, because I'm so creative with the names. Probably do like a $2,000-ish tournament and just do it over a couple of weeks, because I think we'll just say we'll always play on the PTR or the most recent version of the game. And even if the PTR goes down, we have a mod which we can play on. We just don't have the same maps necessarily. So worst case, we play the mod with old maps or something like that, you know? So, yeah, I think that's, it's just time to kind of move on from doing like, hey, this is this week's PTR Cup. I think it's time to kind of go big and go into our bigger events. So that is the plan. Good to see you guys, of course. As you do have probes going down. Apparently our observer does not want to watch the probes dying. The Oracle gets a good bunch of kills. Harstem coming in for 5-6. Now 7 probes early, so good damage done right away. As 7 probes do drop down. Twilight counts on 2 additional gateways coming up. The warp gate building at the same time. And the hallucination fading on this other side of the map. As Forge and a couple more probes will be coming through. Continuing with that, the Oracle going to reactivate here into the main base. Battery ready now, but yeah, you can still get some kills given a bit of time. There's a couple of probe locations that are out of reach of the battery, which is letting some of the damage go a little bit more quickly as well. Just gonna see the Stalker still fighting. A few probes have gone down. We've seen a couple more shots coming about there. Plus one attack, blink on the way, continue to bring that through. Again, guess I got all of that on the go, guys. Sorry, I'm just hosting a game on the other screen, which is why it's me being a little half quiet here. Apologies, that will be fixed in a moment or so, I promise you. Oracle's moved down the left-hand side. Harstem, has had some success, but he lost some probes himself. Still has killed more probes in the game and still has the worker lead in the game as well, so all of that's still looking good. Again, +1 and blink continuing through. The Stalker coming up, Mortal and +1 coming by as well. You see those couple of probes transferring over, and more Stalkers gathering out the center as we do go to 3 bases apiece here in the PvP. So yeah, we're gonna get some, base stuff. You get to see some action really developing a little bit as our hallucination will chase those oracles away. Well, Revelation comes down there. Mana loses an observer, so Obs goes down, and that's a nice pick off from Harstem as well, who is in, honestly, a pretty fantastic position. You look at the work count, you look at the army count, Blink finishing as well against someone who is playing, okay, Immortals, but man, 2 Immortals, 3 Stalkers, 2 Sentries, to me, this is not enough to stay alive against this amount of Stalkers. This is a Blink on top and kill these Immortals vibe, if you ask me. Harstem respects this way too much. He could have blinked it and just ended the game right here. He's going to have the Oracles diving into the natural, where a couple of Stalkers are positioned as well. But this is the thing, like, the Stalkers over here too. That's why there's so few units on the front. I think Harstem, like I say, gives a little bit too much respect to this situation from Mana. He just almost doesn't recognize how much of a lead he's actually gotten for himself. So yeah, definitely a moment he could have done more there. As, yeah, sometimes being the kind of the thinker is the worst play in StarCraft 2. Sometimes just being the no-brain, I'm just going to dive on Immortals and try and kill them, would have been the better play. 6 probes go down as Harstem continues to deal damage across the board. This obviously didn't go quite as well. 3rd Immortal showing up. Obviously he was fighting a sentry for a little bit as well, instead of just fully... Like, if he fights the Immortals, I would like to see him just blink on top. So you just go bam, 1 shot, bam, 2 shots, Immortal dies. 1, 2, dead. And then you've got, if you did that originally, 2 Immortals die so quickly. then that would have been, you know, that really would have been quite amazing as that charge. And that +2 attack coming up. The Immortal still building on the Robo facility. Additional Zealots coming by. The gates are coming up. The Oracle comes around the top as our Stalkers will go and pick their way through this set of rocks. We'll drop a Nexus down onto the gold next few moments as the Observer comes around the bottom. Units continue to push through. Just going to go behind this gold base. Obviously, middle of the map is an interesting place to be because you got to go through more rocks to really get anywhere. Right now, this Harstem army is not really impactful until it kills off another set of rocks. Not that that's a big deal. In some circumstances, that would be seen as being pretty darn out of position, so a little bit of a factor there. Immortal Stalker Archon continues to gather up. The unit's going to turn over to that right-hand side and knock down the rocks over here as well. It's just going to chip through there. +2 attack on the way up. The Archon coming in. The Immortal producing cannon on the way as well. Interesting set of rocks he decides to take out to kind of get over here. Just these ones over to the right side. I guess it sets them up to attack exactly here onto this new full face. Mana does not see it in time to get the cancel off, so that is going to be a kill. More Archons just morphing in. The units continue to gather. I like the fake prism hallucinated into the main base. It's a cute little move. As we do see, well, Probe just going to transfer out. The fact that Harstem has got map control allows him to take that gold. That's the perfect example of extending the lead. This map base is actually very good to take when you're ahead because you can really control the map very well. It's not a good base to take when you're behind or even in the game. So, yeah, it's actually an interesting gold because it's almost a gold that favors the player who's winning already, which maybe makes the game snowball a little bit deeper. Because like I say, you take this gold and it's very tough for your opponent to do much about it. It's not like it's on the extremities. Like, you know, some maps have kind of balance a gold base by putting on the extreme corner of a map, right? So if you try and take the gold when you're ahead, it still pulls you out of position to play defense. But now you're very much so in position to play defense here. And the way that it's exposed is not really... yeah, the way that it's exposed is not really punishable if you don't have map control. So Harstem is just killing off different sets of rocks, going to open different routes around the map. 172 to 157 supply. Obviously has cancelled the fourth phase of his opponent a couple times. Is in no rush to necessarily take a fight. As time ticks on here, it is absolutely Harstem favored. The only thing to maybe be slightly cautious about is if he maxes out and then waits, then Mana is going to be able to max out as well. And Mana's on less probes, which means he would have a larger army supply at any given point in time. So there is a world where that can go wrong for you as Harstem. But I think as long as you just attack... Yeah. As long as you just want to attack in, like, now, basically, then, yeah, this should be, kind of fine, because Mana's never going to get maxed out, so that problem is not a factor. Stasis Ward catches a whole chunk of units as well. Just coming around that bottom side. Next is going to be taking a lot more damage as well. Stalkers will get that base. Archons and Immortals continue to come through. A few more Zealots coming around the other direction. Harstem going to get chased back, but he's got a Disruptor here. Very, very typical kind of Harstem kind of game where he gets into a pretty good position and he's... I feel like Harstem's always a very patient player and almost too patient a lot of the time. Like, a lot of the time he really refuses to kind of capitalize on the advantages without just trying to be that his way of capitalizing is to get further ahead, right? And this is one of those scenarios where I don't think he's losing this game or anything in the way that this fight has gone, but the fact that he's ahead and he's the one that's backing away, he's like, oh, okay, I'm just going to go all the way back and play it very safe. He takes that cautious approach. This is going to be Harstem's game. Disruptors continue to land, Immortals are losing shields. There's a lot of Immortals there, but there's also some very good Disruptor shots. They just keep on landing. These units are so clumped up. The Immortal shields just keep on disintegrating. The Zealots are warping in. We have defense for days, static defense too, if we really get pushed a little bit further back. As the Archons continue through, the Immortals will be going down. GG, says Mana. And Harstem takes game 1 of this best of 3. Harstem opening up. I mean, he had the lead from about minute 4, 5, and like I say, played in a very Harstem way to ensure that that lead went in his favor in the end. Harstem will take the first map of the day. We'll head into game number 2. What's up, Ruffalopolis? Thank you so much for the 16-month resub. Second map will be Snowpiercer. Get that ready to begin. Yeah, my game won't join the right lobby. Hang on, guys. Sorry. They actually just went without me. So my game crashed. and then they started the game without me, but yeah. Okay, that was the thing. All right, guys. Sorry. Right. Alright, man has just made this a whole complicated thing, right? Sorry, guys. We were so I hosted the lobby, and Mana hosted the lobby too, but everyone joined my lobby. Harstem and all the cast were in my lobby, and then Mana said, no. We said the loser would host. And I was like, okay, whatever. So Harstem thought it would be funny to go and join Mana's lobby. So Harstem joined Mana's lobby. And then after joining Mana's lobby, after joining Mana's lobby, my game crashed, but they thought I was in because they saw me join, and so they started. And then that has now cost us 2 whole minutes of our day. Unbelievable. Top right Mana, bottom left Harstem as we get ready to go into game number 2 of this best of 3. Kick off into some action, see what's going to go down, and play some games. Probe is going to go patrolling. Gates coming up. A couple of assimilators coming through. As we get settled in, the probe's on the way. We're just going to be seeing that probe heading down to the natural and heading out onto the map as we get set to go. Yeah, I don't mind the players having some fun, but this became a bit more of a... It was like we literally had everybody, like, the only person not in the lobby was Mana. He just had to leave, join, and we would have started. It became a whole thing. That's our gateway number 2. And Cybercore comes up, so pretty standard PvP for the moment here. Get that settled. As we'll see the Cybercore coming in, the gates coming about. And just look to see where we go over the next few moments. Trying to figure out what the plan will be, as Harstem has a forward pylon and hence a proxy incoming over these next couple of moments. So proxy time setting up here for Harstem. As we will put the robo facility in the middle of the map. You know, these builds are interesting to kind of look into at the moment because you kind of are in this scenario right now where yeah. It is important in this PTR that we're testing stuff like robo proxies because obviously it's going to be harder to defend without battery overcharge. Sorry, this downtime has really that whole fiasco between game 1 and 2 has really just rocked my brain and thrown me out of the loop a little bit. I'm sorry, guys. I'm losing my sentences halfway through. Probe just going to nibble at the other probe. Here we go back and forth. Just going to be seeing the couple stalkers coming through. Robo facility coming about. Stalkers continue to come around there. We do have Mana finding this robo, so he's put some damage onto it. Actually had 2 probes here, but now 2 stalkers show up. He's going to lose a stalker, and the other stalker stays alive from Harstem, so Harstem's going to win the stalker fight so far. Harstem winning that. For the moment, as one probe goes down, the other probe gets chased away. Well, Stalker's getting chased. Robo facility getting the prism on the way up. Stalker's coming through. You're not going to be seeing the warp gate coming about. It's going to knock that pylon down. So pylon will fall. Prism coming up. The gateway and the battery coming through as well. It's going to be seeing the rest of the Stalkers down to the bottom side. Hey, what's up, Panzer80? Thank you so much for the 26-month resub. Appreciate it. Thank you so much as our Stalkers continue to go down to the bottom left. Harstem is here to push up this ramp. So Stalkers is going to walk in. Harstem's going to lose power to his pylon. I'm loving the counterattack idea, but is it going to be enough at home for Mana? Harstem's going to start up on that battery to begin with. That will go down. An Immortal will pop out for Mana. If Mana has an Immortal, I mean, that's a huge factor. As Harstem is kind of targeting different things. His Immortal's hitting the gateway. I don't think it's going to end well for Harstem at all, actually. I think this is going to be a bit of a stuffed situation. Again, he can't warp in right now. All of his probes aren't mining. The recall comes in, and Mana's going to get a defense here, and this is going a little bit tits up for Harstem as the Prism loads back up, and we're going to back away over to the sides. Prism moves up, just going to be seeing the other Prism and the Immortal coming around. Just going to be seeing our probe on the way up. The Stalker's going to go after the pylon as well. It's going to be having the Robo facility going to be depowered, as all of that is going to be getting picked away at. Stalker Immortal here continues to go through after those Zealots as well. More shots coming about. Phoenix hitting the Prism. We'll take another couple of shots as we just have. And this Prism very low, but the most important thing is that Harstem just doesn't really have that much momentum at all here, and Mana now can get out onto the map and be looking very good about this at the moment. Immortal coming through, the Immortal and the Phoenix coming up, battery dropping in as well. Units continue out to the bottom side, Prism up to the top. Phoenix continue through as well. It's going to knock down the robo facility. Take that away. Voidray coming up on the Stargate. Couple of batteries coming through. Additional Zealots. Building on the side of Mana as well, as we do have the Immortal Migrant from Harstem doing its best to bring him back in this. I mean, there is a world, right? You get a bunch of damage done with those Immortals and you hold at home. There is a world of Voidray coming up to add as well. See what we can do. Units continue down to the bottom. Prism coming around. I'm just going to see the Immortal loading up, dropping back down. Zealots are going to activate. Immortals are still firing away. Just going to be seeing the Stalkers continue to shoot as the Void Ray is going to continue in production. The Prism goes down. We are holding with the Force Fields now coming in as well. The Void Ray is going to be big here. I actually think Harstem's defending. The fact he's defending and his Immortals are still across the map killing probes is going to be incredible. He's going to turn this around. He's actually going to turn this around. Oh my goodness, what a situation this is suddenly turning back into. Phoenix gather up. Phoenix back to the top. This one's going to lift up. Zealot going to take some damage. A couple of shots coming in there. For a moment or two, just going to be seeing the Phoenix still overhead. A couple of Mortals and the Zealots. The Sentry pulling back a little bit as well. Phoenix continue to move about again. Next is in the Robo facility. Continuing to come around. Just going to be having our, again, Twilight Council building on the other side of the map. So we just get that underway. Phoenix coming around that right-hand side. Again, Prism coming up. Couple probes coming through. Sentry warping in for Mana. This game continues to be of great interest as Mana's army is... I mean, his worker count isn't there. Harstem's expands. Basically, he's going to go for one big push now. Away we go. Going to be having the units setting up. Just going to be having a couple of units moving around. Phoenix moving in as well. Just for the moment, a couple of force fields go down. The Immortal is going to get stuck in the front. I mean, those Void Rays were such a great addition from Harstem, and they are going to do a lot for him. GG will be called, and Harstem takes the 2-0, brings it back in this game. Just like that. All right, we're going to be jumping into our next match here in a couple of moments, guys. We'll get some videos started. Sorry. We'll get some videos started and get this figured out. As I should be Mana. I believe Mana is just going to be the playing all of our games here. So we'll get Mana and Shin videoed up and get that ready to go, guys. A couple of moments, please. We'll get that ready. Hey, thank you so much, Kukurus, coming in, dropping the Prime for the 3-month resub. Wow, so long. Hell yeah, thank you so much for the resub. Alright, first match going to be Snowpiercer here between Mana and Shin. So let me get that hosted up, get that ready to go. Third map. Sorry guys, I'm that fiasco in the yeah, sorry, the fiasco between those other games is really throwing me off a little bit. I'm just clicking the wrong buttons. Aye, aye, aye. Alright, if our players are ready, we can kick off into this match right here. Let's go. Alright, players are ready. Let's get this underway, guys. Going to Snowpiercer for more action. Let's get this back on track. Alright, some Mana Shin PvZ action. That was kind of a wild PvP. Can't believe Harstem turned that one around. That was so bad for him. Wardy, how come the invited players are mostly Terran? Are they? I mean, 3 Protoss and a Zerg qualified. So, there was always going to be more Terran invites, but because we can own... No Zergs want to play. So the only Zergs... I can only find 2 Zergs, so there's going to be 2 Zergs, 4 Terran, and 4 Protoss. So it's literally the invites are Terrans because it's just balancing the races. It's just designed around trying to make it as even as possible. I would love to have either 3 Protoss or 3 Terran and 3 Zerg, like a 4-3-3. But there's just no Zergs that want to play, so it's going to be 4-4-2. Pretty much the only thing we can submit. Spawnful goes down. As we get settled in, probe gonna move about a little bit. We get settled in for a couple of moments, take a moment or two, see what we're gonna get up to. Queens, few lings coming around as well. Adept coming through. We'll get on the way. Take a few moments to settle in. With a couple links coming across the map. Shin's been really good lately. I see links be coming up. Queen on the way. A couple drones, Stalker, Oracle, and Warp Gate coming through. Links be coming up. A couple queens and drones coming through. Overlord coming around as well. Speed coming about, a couple overlords, the queen, the drone continue coming around as well. And you've seen the Twilight Council robot facility continuing up. The gateway coming in, warp gate building as well. We're taking a few shots again. Robo Facility, Twilight Council coming in for now. Warp Gate coming in. The extra gateway is producing as well. All of that continues through for the moment. Let's just have again Twilight and Gates. They're just going to fire. One link takes some shots. Temper Archives coming through. A couple extra gates and the Prism on the way up as well. That coming up, Rotron coming in. Just gonna see a couple of extractors coming by. Extra drones building. Queen, Lings, Overlords continue to build up for the moment. A couple of Archons just gonna be morphing. A few Adepts gonna get to the front. A couple Lings coming over. Prism coming through as well. Archons just going to drop in. Flare is going to finish up. A couple of Archons will fire through. A couple drones going down. Archons coming over. Just going to be hitting those roaches right away. You're going to see the roach speed coming up. Extra drones still producing as well. And Queens and Roaches continue across. Prism will take a few hits. Damage being done. Hat-trick is going to get cancelled there as well. So Mana is able to get himself a cancelled hat-trick. That's going to be a big plus right there. Seeing the Spire continuing through. That Roach speed coming up as well. I swear everyone is making like complicated, eh? Sorry guys, one sec. I have to tap out because Harstem's just gone. Alright, couple of Archons gonna be firing up. Overlord coming through. Just going to be seeing the Prism coming about. Just going to be having our 9 meters going through. Also, an attack upgrade, missiles coming up as well. So 9 meters, missiles, infestation pit building as well. Going to get this all on the go for the moment. Is just have ourselves the Feelings and the Roaches. Going to step up in the center there. Hydrogen coming up, Infestation Pit coming by, it's about halfway done, +1 missiles coming by as well, additional drones, +1 attack and charge, now Blink on the way, as we do see Mana with, again, just so many Immortals being made, so super Immortal heavy play coming out for the moment. This is going to jump onto the cannon pylon there. Just going to be seeing a couple more biles coming through. The Zealot's going to take some shots also, so a few more hits continuing to come around. Good push from Mana getting up this ramp, but I mean, he's taking so much damage from those Mutalisks. This is a do or die scenario for Mana, unfortunately, and doing or dying is not super pretty. We're going to be seeing the Immortals and Archon still trying to fight back a little bit further. Just trying to put in whatever force we can. As we have the Queen's going to continue to fight. Immortal Archon still taking some additional shots as well. Feeling's going to get there. That Immortal will go down. Hydra's Lurker coming up for the moment. We continue to bring that through just for a little bit, getting settled here. Groove Spine's on the way in as well currently. Some of those meters continue to put some damage out just for now. The Mutas still coming about. Stalker's going to blink underneath. Mutas will continue to be chased away. Again, Hydra's Lurker continuing through. +2 missiles. The Musical Augments continue to come around here. There's a couple sentries will warp up as well. Shin is going to be definitely leading this one. Just get back in. A few more probes going down. More shots coming through. Still trying to make this big push happen on the other side of the map. Continue to get on top of this hatchery in the bottom right-hand corner. It's going to work through it. The extractor coming in. Ling Roach Hydra trying to press on up. The force field will go down. Not sure how much of a difference that makes as Shin. I mean, just having a couple lurkers in the background consistently able to ping damage. The Hydras are dealing so much damage. There's no splash here as well, so the Hydras just don't die quickly enough. Hydras, when they're left to do their kind of thing, are very powerful as they spawn out the hatchery even to reinforce, and Shin is going to take game number 1 off of Mana to open up this VP series in his favor. Hopping into a game 2 in just a second. As I get that ready to rumble. Our second map here will be Amygdala. Let's get this started. Alright, sorry guys, people are just not being ready or doing the right things and stuff, and I've been distracted so far today. Ready. 6 casters. Let's jump into game number 2. Let's get this started. Alright, so Amygdala for map number 2. As in the top right-hand side, down a game here is going to be our blue Protoss player. This is going to be Mana. While on the bottom left, our red Zerg is going to be Shin. Gonna do, see what Shin is gonna get up to. Shin's meters definitely something he's been mixing in a lot in these ZVPs lately. I'm going to go up around the back. We have a Forge finishing, so I'm going to try and get a little bit of a cannon rush going to try and make something happen in these early stages. So, see what we can do with this. Let's just have the cannon coming through, the Cybercore setting up, hatch in the pool coming about as well. Get that underway. Actually, it's going to finish. I'm just going to be seeing a couple of cannons continue to come about as well. Just get that up and running. Cannon still hitting hatchery, taking some damage. A few more shots coming through. It's going to be seeing the spine coil going to come over to the edge as well. Going to build the robo facility. Man, we've not seen this build for a hot second. The proxy robo off the cannon rush. Well, okay, so Mana's going to really commit here. Something like I say we have not really seen in a hot second. I think the last time I really saw something like this happen, it's been a while, it really is fair to say. What a wild choice for Mana here in game number 2. Down a game, he's going to kill the hatchery. Have you seen the Fueling is going to run up, Broodling's going to be there, Spine going to push into position. A couple of cannons going down, Robo finishes, and Robo cancels, and this attack is basically finished, but that's kind of game over, no, for Mana. That's such a huge investment to basically go nowhere at all. Yeah, that's rough. Plus more attack, and the Warp Gate continuing through. Yeah, that was not it at all for Mana. The idea is not terrible. I think if the Robo goes up, it would be interesting to see how well he could make it look, but this obviously just does not go well enough at all, and now, well, Link Speed coming through, extra drones on the way, plus one attack upgrade still coming up also. Now this is just, I mean, you get a hatchery, but that's obviously not enough when your own expansion is late as well. Once you guys come through, charge on the way. I mean, Mana's got to try and find a miracle on the back of this. This is really not a pretty situation at all. It's a very rough place to be. Plain and simple, this is not gonna be fun. I don't really know what he does from here. Like, I mean, obviously he's going charging a bunch of gateways, but that seems like so far away from being a realistically viable option. +1, the charged prism all coming about. It's going to be seeing the extra gates coming through. A couple of probes on the way as well. gonna see that charge about to finish. That gate coming in. Oh, Zealot's coming around that bottom side. Roach is coming up. Plus Spine Crawler coming in as well. This is going to charge up. The Spine will fall. The Lings, the Roaches are going to get chased. The Queens are going to get jumped on as well. This guy's going to split apart into toward the main base. I mean, if you can get enough Zealots up to to mass out and kind of outnumber your opponent, there's a possibility here. Some of those Roaches getting more surrounded than they really should be in this scenario. I like the split away of a few Zealots into that main mineral line as well. Shin is having difficulties dealing with these Zealots so far. They're going to go charging up onto the Roaches again. Good surround. Usually you want to be defending this by kind of sitting in mineral lines and really kind of narrowing the surface area. Mana actually got some good opportunities here. Much more opportunity than I think he should have been given. I think he's just not going to quite have the numbers at the end of the day, though. Rocks go down, a few more drones coming up, and more on the Zealots coming through as well. Prism loads. We'll go back over to the other side, jumping into the gold mineral line. More drones going down currently, just going to be seeing the Prism loading back up, the extra workers coming back into play, the Immortal in production. Ravagers, Roach continue to come through. There's a few Zealots coming about. The Overlord's coming over. Roach, Ravager continuing up. The Zealot Adept coming over as well. Another round of Zealots just going to continue to warp in. Humans are going to try one more time, but the numbers really just do not think of they're going to have any sort of realistic hope of making this work. Ball's going to fire. Roach is taking shots. Spine Crawler hitting away. Just going to be seeing the Lings continue to come through the Queen. Taking a couple of shots. Immortal's going to lift back up. This one is going to get another warping off. It does survive here. I mean, Mana continues to make this closer than a lot of people would kind of ever expect from the situation he was in. These Immortals staying alive is big for him. Obviously, Shin working off of gold is massive. Needs to save these Immortals right now. Saves one, saves two. Zealot's putting in the work. Mana is still alive here, still pushing, and still hoping for more, as we do have now another few warpings coming through. More units warping in. Going to be having the Roaches coming up as well. Going to be seeing a couple more force fields coming down. The Immortals firing away. Actually trying to take a few more shots here, as we are going to be seeing Mana with the Zealot still in front. Shin struggling to get through those. Mana's actually going to turn this game around, isn't he? What a ridiculous situation. Is the Immortals are still just doing so much. They are on 13 and 13 kills. They've been absolutely incredible. I mean, there's gold base evacuated. Immortal saved again. Mana continues to micro very well so far. Lifts up, drops down. Ling showing up. The Immortals are still just being saved. The Roach numbers are gone. And Mana, with the miraculous turnaround, is going to get the GG. Absolutely crazy as Mana wins this game. That is phenomenal. That is actually a bit ridiculous. I don't even know what to say to that. That's I mean, I gave up on this game. I thought this game was donezoed, but apparently not. We are going to go to game 3 of Mana and Shin. I felt like at multiple points too, I felt like the Robo Council. Then the Zealot attack I thought was okay, like it did well, but I don't think it did enough. And Shin was apparently just never quite fully set up to really recover. Absolute madness as we get ready for game number 3. The players will ready up and we'll kick straight into this. Ready and GLHF gets called. Let's go. Let's go into Whispers of Gold. Let's see what's going to happen. Let's see what we've got as we go into this. Whispers of Gold coming up. We are on the loading screen, guys. Couple of moments, we'll get this underway. Yeah, I've got in the top left-hand side the blue Protoss player here is Mana. He's tied this series up, while in the bottom right, losing that game some way, somehow, it is Shin. Game number 3, as we get this underway. Wondering what Mana has planned then. As the first game was not terrible for Mana either. The mutas obviously made it a little bit too dismal at the end, but let's see our gateway coming about. We get settled in. Figure out where we want to go with this, since we have ourselves the hatch in the pool coming up and online here for the moment. So yeah, hatch, gas, and pool all coming through. And that's settled. I'm just going to be having our game getting underway. See what will happen. Moves over to the side again. It's going to be a map here, I think, which is going to be really potent for potentially kind of going for some kind of aggressive pushes of pros. There's no ramp to move up if you don't want there to be, kind of going from your map side of the map to the other side. So that can actually be really good as well for being able to break forwards and attack in. So that is a bonus for sure. Definitely one thing we can look for here. Nexus and the Cybercore still coming up. Probes in production. A couple of Lings getting onto that probe as well, just for a few moments as well. Damage being done as we push that back up into the middle of the map. Again, that Queen coming through. A couple more drones on the way. Crypt Tumor coming in. And we get settled down. We do get the probe kill as well. Nice little bonus on top of everything else. And Stalker, Warp Gate coming about. You're going to be seeing the Stargate coming online as well. A couple more probes coming through. Overlord sitting overhead. And link speed and the drones coming about. Overlord on the way. The Warp Gate and the Oracle continue to produce also here. Depth just continues to shade across to the other side. Robo facility starts from Manus. We're going to be seeing Stargate into the Robo. Yeah, Robo first after the Stargate is interesting. Maybe not immediately what I would have expected. Oracle starts to move out onto the map. There we go. Seeing a couple of queens going to jump onto the Oracle as well for a moment or two here, so a little bit more damage being dealt. The Robo Facility and Twilight Council continue to move over. We've seen a few gates and the Twilight Council continue to come about. Just going to be having ourselves the War Prism continuing through as well. This is going to be an attack then from Mana as those gateways come up. The Prism gets going. Looking to be aggressive in these next few moments, it would seem. Overlord gets a good scout through. We are just going to move into the, at the end of the day here from Mana, move into the Templar Archives, which means you can start Archon dropping. So not too far from what we've been seeing from Mana just in general. Actually, we've seen him do this kind of a build a few times over. Just going to see the feelings going to latch themselves onto the Archons there for a couple of moments. So getting set up. Prism loads, we move into the main base. Archon's going to drop off. And we aim for the mineral line. In we go. Drones will start to go down. So we're just going to get a couple kills, but there is that counterattack hitting the third base of Mana that is going to be defended. So Mana handles that very well. Again, the single Oracle here to help you get into this game and obviously protects you. And then you get into the Archons behind that. Off of only one Oracle is very nice to be able to do. Archons continue to clean out the creep spread in the center, so we go through with all of this. Again, a lot of creep being cleaned out immediately here. Hydrogen coming up from Shin. So again, the Hydrogen coming through, plus one missiles and roach speed both building as well. Again, Storm and Charge building as we speak. Just going to see those couple Archons going to go onto the hatchery. And we do have the Prism coming back the other direction. A couple of Archons are going to get dropped off already, so a couple of those getting dropped as we go. And again, just try and find as much as possible with those Archons. The more you get out of those, the happier you're going to end up being. Yeah. Link's still moving around. It is going to be Storm. It is going to be Charge on the way out as well, so we continue bringing that up currently. And Storm is on the way. The Charge will be really good additions to this. Still moving. Again, plus one attack coming up. A couple of Immortals coming about as well. You continue to get this going. Hydra's building. Overlord's coming through. The Ling's going to get a wrap around on the Zealot there. It's just going to get a little bit of a cuddle going as well. Click on that. The Immortal's coming over still. Hydra's Roaches and Ravagers still moving about. It's going to start opening up some rocks in the center here. It's just going to go and push through them. It's going to knock down those rocks. Position will open. Little Stasis going to catch a few lings. The Oracle goes down. It's going to be seeing the Hydras and the Roaches continue to push through. Nexus will go down as well. Continue to push up. Another Storm comes down. Shin with, scary units, but you've got to respect the Storm. Storm can do so much in this scenario, so definitely something to watch out for. As a Storm comes down, the Hydra's going to get hit. Observer goes down as well. A couple more shots, and then it's going to be the Prism getting hit as well. And a couple of Storms out on the edges. Hydra's coming in from that right-hand side. Gateway still taking damage. Another Storm. The High Templars are kind of getting low on energy, though, and the Hydras are just in reach, and they're going to collapse in on this. Shin is going to take this game pretty comfortably in the end. So that will be GG. Shin takes it 2-1. And that will be that. All right, we will wrap up there, guys, as we head into our next matchup. So Shin takes the win over Mana. We're going to continue to watch Mana as he will be taking on Clem. And we'll get that ready to go and kick this off in just a few moments. So Mana versus Clem up next for us. Get that settled. And like I say, ready to start. And after that, Mana Gumiho. We'll see where Mana is at after those matches. We will just do all of Mana's matches first today, then we're going to move into some of those other games. So that is all coming up. Alright, throw the lobby link down. Clem needs a couple of minutes, guys. We'll wait a moment or so for that. Get this going. And get ready to kick this off. Perfecto. So like I said, it'll just be a couple moments because Clem is going to need a minute. We'll get that sorted out and we'll get right back to it. More games continuing through here today. Thanks for joining us. We're all having a great time. The stream. As we will continue through the matches today. Again, I'm going to go all through all of Mana's matches and then continue through the rest of the group. There is Shin, Gumiho, Harstem, Clem, and Mana in the group in total in this second PTR event that we're running. Do I even sleep? Hi from the UK. I sleep, yeah. You know, I'm also UK based. I slept last night. I actually had a good sleep last night. Feeling a bit re-energized. Just being thrown off today by some of the. We had a little bit of chaos ensuing here and there. It's been a little wild for some reason. So yeah. Yeah, we're going to go into this one. I think it's a very fun group in general, by the way. I think Harstem definitely has some upset potential. He qualified in, beating Gumiho as well yesterday. So definitely a situation where that rematch is going to be very fun to watch. He showed us a couple fun games against Shin. That rematch will be fun to watch further down the line as well. And Clem is the wrong race, so give us 1 second here to rehost this. Am I going to cast all the games? Yep. Cast everything. We cast everything. Okay, let's try and get this going again. We're not having a good day in terms of minimizing issues and downtime. Ay, ay, ay. Alright, Mana Clem, attempt 2. This time the players are set as their correct races. Let's see what's going to happen. Been watching lately, you're new to playing StarCraft and a true bronze. Ain't nothing wrong with being a true bronze. I was a true bronze once upon a time when I first picked up StarCraft. I was just lucky to pick it up in a time where I guess a lot of people were kind of true bronze. But I remember one of the first games I remember is I had... It obviously wasn't one of the first games I played because just one of the first ones I remember. But I remember flying around Tal'Darim Malta with a fleet of battlecruisers thinking, I have won this game. I am unkillable. And he was killing all my bases and I didn't care because I was like, I've got a fleet of battlecruisers. I'll just fly around and kill everything. I did not realize that you could not have no builders in the game. And in that moment, I thought, this game sucks. That was definitely a true bronze moment. Bottom left-hand side, Mana. Top right-hand side, Clem, as we get this best of 3 underway. Fresh TVP series coming up right now. As we get this one up and rolling. See what's going to happen as we get going on. Ley Lines, beautiful map. A lot of people have been saying they enjoy the tile set and the looks and the visuals of this one, so that's great to hear. As we get ourselves into this opening game. Again, best of 3 series in total. Everything best of 3 today, guys. 10 best of 3s overall. We have some great ones coming up further down the line, that's for sure. I did end up inviting Clem. Yeah, well, first of all, I tried to invite some Zergs, and they didn't want to play. And then I tried to... Yeah, I mean, then I was like, who else am I going to invite? And I had to have someone play today as well, so I needed someone who would reply quickly. Turns out that inviting Clem is then just a good idea, you know? So, yes, we ended up inviting Clem. Who won Clem versus Gumiho? Wouldn't you love to know? You'll find that out when we cast it. Bros is going to nibble. Engineering Bay is going to be taking out in a couple of moments. Factory coming online. There's Clem. Gets that Engineering Bay cancelled, and Mana will be able to take his expansion on the natural. So going to get that going. Yeah, it is kind of wild because it's like a lot of Zergs just don't want to play tournaments anyways, and then you add a PTR to it, and I feel like people, some Zergs would even sometimes be like, okay, go on then. Even then they're just like, nah, I don't fancy trying the new stuff on a tournament. As we get that going. Is the schedule on the Wikipedia page not being followed? Yes, it is. 2 matches play at the same time, but we can only cast 1 at a time. So the schedule on the Wikipedia is when matches are played. We cast the top match in Wikipedia live, and then we will go from top to bottom on Wikipedia a second time, doing the replays of the other matches. Can't win with that one, because we used to put it just in order that we would cast them, and then everyone would complain that we were pretending the matches were played at a certain time, and they got really upset at us because we were pretending certain matchups happened at certain times and stuff like that. Yeah, can't win with the Wikipedia scheduling attempts. Can't win on those. Why don't I just cast both at once? Well, you know what? I did try that once, but then people weren't happy with that either. Wardy, it's too distracting. There's too much on the screen at any point in time. You know, people are just never happy sometimes, you know? No winning. As you see, the man's gonna dropping down the natural. Medevac, Wouldn't a few Marines gonna go out on the other direction, and the hallucination gets into the main base to try and see what's up as well. Here comes Clem with the Medevac. Wouldn't mind a few Marines coming across to the other side of the map. So going to come straight across here. Stalker going to get in position. Wouldn't mind already taking a shot. A couple Marines. Going to take some hits as well. Drop off here. A couple more shots. Probe still taking some damage. We are going to be seeing the Liberator and a couple of extra Marines moving in that production tab. So Clem going to have future waves of aggression coming through very soon. Again, Liberator tank, couple more Marines continue to produce right now. Just going to see the Nexus and Robo facility coming up as well. A couple extra probes coming through. The Stalker's going to get there. Liberator going to get shot at and is going to go down. So that Liberator will drop. The Liberator falls. Again, Nexus and Robo facility coming through. A couple more probes coming up as well. I see those few Stalkers going to fly away. So Stalkers in the main base, but Marines in the main base on the other side. And we have got some action breaking out here. As Clem will push back the Stalkers. Mana will push back the Marine Medevac. StarCraft on a control sounds miserable. Just talking about StarCraft and Xbox stuff. You know what? There was actually somebody that used to stream StarCraft being played on a controller. I played against them once and they beat me. They typically, as you would expect, they played Protoss and they went Skytoss every game. They were like, they got to like low to mid masters. God, I was so mad when I lost this game. The worst part was that I lost, and then they messaged me after saying, "Hey, just letting you know I beat you with a controller. Check out my stream." I was like, wow, that like I was I was fuming, to be honest. I was mad. I wasn't already ready to smash stuff because I lost to camp and Protoss with cannons and carriers, then that pushed me over the edge, I tell you that much. Have to buy a new keyboard after that. I was definitely back in my raging days as well. As you see a tank going down, the Marines coming over. Stalker's going to get kind of blasted in return. Taking quite a lot of shots. The Immortal taking a lot of hits as well. Is going to end up being pretty low at the end of that. I see the Immortal Stalkers coming back over. Going to scan the observer. There's not a lot of Marines that are left. Mana will go chasing. Clem will try and make the most of this and get as many units as he can. Good pullback from Mana, trying to save that Stalker. Not quite enough. And this will be a cleanup as Mana gets the last few Marines on the side of Clem. And Clem's units will now be fully pushed away from this opener. So Mana survives. Worker count is good for Clem, though. Up in workers as a Terran, when you've got mules on your side, is always going to be beneficial. So Clem's definitely in the better spot currently. But Mana survives long enough to kind of see us through to another game at the very least. Wardy mustache from November. No, mustache because if I shave it, Helen complains that it's very spiky. So, it's really as simple as that sometimes, you know? Well, Clem just keeps on that SCV production, 58 to 57, like I say, being equal in workers will benefit the Terran here, who also has access to the mules, so that economy will favor Clem. As Combat Shield and Professor Charles comes in, +1 attack coming up also. Zealots warping into the main base. A few Zealots on the low ground going to go after some SCVs. Whoa, Prism stayed in range of the mines and takes a big shot, so will be now low. That's a little bit painful, unfortunately. Just a little sad. Unnecessary damage taken, really. Continues to play cleanup. A couple more mines coming through, +1 attack coming up as well. A few more Zealots and Stalkers also going to come about here. 22 SCVs died for Clem, so good attacks from Mana. The question will be, can he withstand Clem coming back the other way? Because he's going to lose a lot of army supply in the end. And so going back the other direction, maybe Clem can just make a big push, but a lot of his units are low HP. His medevacs are low on energy. This might actually be good enough for Mana to kind of get through for game 1 at the moment. Coming about, a couple of Zealots get chased into the corners there. Widow Mines will burrow, bang, bang. That should get rid of a few probes in return. That's 5 against the 30 you've lost, so it's something, but it's definitely a long way off being a full-on solution. We are nowhere near being done on this one yet as Clem. Like I say, my issue for Mana would be kind of maybe army supply, but he's actually going to be okay there. Robo Bay coming up as well, another Immortal popping too. So let's just chase up. Widow Mine going to fire. Good dodge from the Stalk. A couple more Widow Mines going through as well. A couple of Zealots will continue about, as we will see a whole bunch more Zealots continue to be added in. So more Zealots being made, +1 attack upgrade coming through. Mana's in the natural of Clem. He, never mind Clem coming across the map. He's never going to get the chance. And Mana is going to take game 1 of this best of 3. And Clem is going to be down a game to start things off. Mana taking a map. So we're going to see game 2 coming up in a moment. We'll see what the map pick is going to be. As Mana said, no vetoes, just pick any map you want. So we don't actually know preemptively what the map will be here, so we'll have to just take a moment. I'm gonna go Whispers of Gold. So host it up. Check we got the right amount of casters in the lobby, which we do. Perfect. And we're going to kick off into game number 2 of this, guys, as Clem and Mana go to second game. Mana's going to be up by 1. Alright, Whispers of Gold coming through. Get this settled in. Let's see what's going to happen. As we have got in the bottom right corner of the map, our Red Terran player down a game unexpectedly here. This is going to be Clem. Taking on in the top left, our Blue Protoss player Mana. Game 2 of our best of 3. Can Mana pull off another victory? As we get this one started up, let's see what goes down. Let's see what we'll make happen is Pylon coming through, Depot coming in, STV producing. Got a lot of that started for the moment. Trying to boost in the Nexus. Again, a simulator in the gateway continue to come about for now. Whispers of Gold for this second map. And kind of just wild because it did feel like Clem was... I mean, Clem... He obviously was ahead on the workers, but the trades, he did lose a lot of units kind of throughout the game, kind of coming up to that point. And then it did feel like Mana had to get up so many workers to kind of do something similar himself. Definitely an interesting scenario as the Reaper and the Orbital continue through here for the moment. CC's just going to drop down into place. Reaper continues through. Nexus and the Cybercore coming up as well. Keep the building. CC on the way up. Taking a few moments as our Nexus continues in. Probe continues up as well. And that Stalker building through as the Reaper also comes across to see what it can add to the table. For a couple of moments. We're just going to be chrono boosting for now. Bringing that straight on in. If it gets up to the front, going to patrol a little bit further. Factory still coming through as well. Command center building as the Reaper hops up, hops down. Stalker going to be there to push the Reaper back. Reaper gets back to the top side here. Again, just going to go on a little bit of an adventure, see what it can find. I might be able to get done in total. What's up, Harrison? Thank you so much for the 13-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate it. I've not actually taken a moment today just to mention a couple of things, obviously, guys. First of all, if you're on the YouTube stream, hit that like button on the live stream. Helps out so much. You guys know it. We say it every day. I always say it, I check, what, like 25 to 35 likes, I say it, we go up a whole bunch, so do consider checking that out and supporting if you can. Hit the like button below the stream is real easy. And if you're really enjoying the stream, of course, on Twitch, you can follow, subscribe, etc. too. And all of that does help support the channel and these events. This is a WardiTV tournament, and these WardiTV events are powered by you guys. Your support on the channels do go a long way to allowing us to keep on running these tournaments. On the YouTube as well, we have we've rejigged the memberships option as well. So if you want to support on YouTube, we've rejigged the membership option. We reduced the base cost of membership, and if you want to support a bit further, there's a level for replay pack access, and there's also now levels just to support straight up tournaments as well on the YouTube. If you want to check that out, then feel free. We appreciate you just watching and tuning in, subscribing and stuff, though. Appreciate you guys. Oracle comes across. We will have a couple of SCVs getting nipped at here as Clem is going to be the one to take some early damage. Couple probes going down on the other side of the map. Marine's going to get there. Viking as well. Oracle will go down. Just going to be seeing our barracks coming up. The refinery on the way in. Our factory is going to move across to build a reactor as well. It's just going to get that set into position here for the next moment or two. Again, the robo facility coming up. Probe and battery both producing. Hopefully that continues for now. Stalker's going to get down towards the natural. Clem has a bunker there and a few Marines hanging about. Union split apart across and toward the main base as well. I'm just going to be hanging around over there, so they're going to hold back for a little bit as well. Marine's going to shoot. The Viking and the Cyclone going to be there as well. Try and push back the other direction a little. Impact, combat, +1 attack, all of that continue to come through. I'm just going to be having ourselves the Colossus, the Nexus, and probes all building into place. Two more probes going to transfer across. And Cyclone locks on. The Phoenix get pushed back a few probes. Head over into that natural. Stimpack and combat shield coming through as well. There's a supply depot coming up. A CC will start. The Phoenix just going to lift up the Marauder for a couple moments as well. Phoenix going to go. Viking going to get grabbed. Valiant's going to be there as well. That is going to be the Phoenix getting pushed the other direction. A couple of SCVs will take some shots. Gets into the main base. I mean, with some SCVs going down, it's going to be important for Clem to bounce back, and there's nothing in position to begin with here. These Marines and Marauders take a little while to stim, but as they do, the probes will begin to melt. They're not going to hold up for themselves at all. Now the bio jumps on the right side. Clem out micros and out multitasks mana and gets himself a quick game 2, and that means we're tied up in this best of 3, going to a third and final game. I'm going to decide a map here in just a moment, as we will go to that decided map, which actually we don't know just yet. We're waiting for that to be picked still, so waiting for them to inform us what that next map will in fact be, and we'll get that going. Escalated quickly. It did indeed. Yeah, Clem was Clem does that, right? Sometimes he just has a couple different drops, and the next thing you know, boom, boom, and bang, and then the game is kind of in a reeling state. Can indeed happen so quickly. As we're going to go to Snowpiercer for our next map. Exciting game. Some more faster. They are joining. Go as the players are ready. Alright, Clem was just set as Protoss, which we were just waiting to figure out if he was actually about to play PvP or if he's going to play some TvP. He's going to play some TvP, believe it or not. So we're going to jump into this guy's game 3 on Snowpiercer, get this going, get ready to rumble. Thank you for joining us today as we get this, like I say, up and running. Let's get this started. In the bottom left corner of the map, our red Protoss player here is going to be Mana. Of course, these are two Team Liquid players, and Mana is actually the player manager of Liquid. Just kind of dragging this kid out of bed and getting him to play his matches on time. Here's Clem in the top right-hand side. He's been much better at being awake and ready to play his matches, to be fair, lately. A criticism that we can't continue with. Isn't Clem's MMR above 6,000 with his Protoss? It is pretty darn good. It is pretty darn good. Game 3, as we get into Snowpiercer, let's see what we're going to do. They got to 6.7k at one point. Okay, that's pretty disgusting. Pretty disgusting. Clem is just really good, man. One of those talents where any race he played, he probably would have just been an absolute god with. Crazy to witness. Our world champion as well, of course. We'll hold that title for a little while longer. We have a new world championship, a little while longer, probably quite a while longer. At least another good few months. I did an interim as the world champion for a while. What happened to me? Where did that go? I love introing people as world champion. I did with Oliveira for so long as well. Every time I introduced Oliveira, I was always like, "You're world champion of StarCraft 2. It's Oliveira." I was like, "Oh my god, that's so fun to say." Pro will be coming about. Pulling back here a little bit as we settle down. And Stalker, Warp Gate coming up. Nexus is on the way through as well. The Reaper continues to chill out in the front for a little bit. As the factory starts up. Command Center and the SCV on the way. Refinery still building. Continue through with that for the moment here. There's going to be a Reaper trying to hop up in towards the main. The Stalker going to say nuh-uh. Reaper gets turned around immediately, so that's just going to get pushed back right away there. Twilight Council still coming through. The Stalker building. Probes on the way up. Reactor and the Orbital coming through as well, as the Reaper will continue to nibble at a few more of those probes. Hellion also in production currently. Link coming through, the Warp Gate coming up, still got Stalker probes and the Gateway coming online as well, so a lot of that continues into play right now. I'm going to get a Raven out, always a fun choice in this matchup, always has potential. I feel like that Raven almost always has some opportunity to get onto the map and to be impactful and to make some plays. Always fun to see that when it comes around. Stalkers gather in the main base. We do have a few Stalkers in the center just gathering up. The Siege Tank and Marines and the Raven continue to come through as well. And the Hellion around that left-hand side continues to move about a little bit. One thing I've not really mentioned, but obviously, even if Clem wins this series, losing a map could be impactful. Tiebreakers are a thing in these groups, and tiebreakers will come down to maps. Losing a map to Mana is the kind of thing which could be impactful further down the line. Now, obviously, Shin lost a map to Mana as well. What I'm saying is, if you look at favorites in this group, maybe Gumiho could take an advantage there. Maybe that could be in Gumiho's favor a bit further down the line. Turret is going to get dealt with. Storm is on the way from mana early, so just going to go to a fast Storm off of 2 bases. 2-base Storm is not something you see every day, so definitely something a little bit different, a little bit unique. Storm coming through, the High Templar still producing. Just going to get the Stalkers there to hit that Raven a little bit, and the Raven gets pushed away up that left-hand side, so Raven getting shoved over the edges. Again, Charge continues to come through. Storm building, Forge on the way. A couple of additional structures going down as we speak. Yeah, Storm and Charge continue to come up as they come through, get those upgrades in place. See what will happen next. Again, Medivac, Stim, Combat, +1 all coming through. Additional gateway is going to go down. The Hellion turned around by the Stalker on the bottom side there, so that will get picked off. So got the +1 attack coming through. The Immortal halfway done. Nexus halfway through. Another Storm to hit a few SCVs. I will gather. Again, the couple of High Tempers coming up. Gateways are building. +1 on Combat Shield on the way in. Widow Mines on the way with Concussive Shells. Waiting for Clem to feel comfortable to get on the map. But you do have to be careful as Clem, because you got to respect what is a Storm upgrade of your opponent, right? A Storm is definitely not something to take lightly. Storm is a very dangerous spell to play against, so it'll be very fun to see how he does with that. What sort of direction he ends up fully taking it in the end. Blood turret dropping, going to get rid of some of those probes already. So a couple probes go down, the other units coming across. Stalker still chilling, Prism moving through the center again. +1 attack, Concussive Shells all building, Marine Marauder coming through as well here. It's a nice Storm. Going to hit some bio units as we move forward. High Templar and the Stalker go down. Another Storm. It's going to force the bio back a little bit further again. Ghost Academy coming up for now. Robo Bay building, +1 attack about to finish. Couple High Templars load back into the Prism. Clem's supply is good, but obviously, again, a couple of good Storms can really undo a supply lead, so do not take that for granted. Do not take that as a guarantee or anything of the sorts. We're far a long way from being done on that one just yet still. Tank shot gets rid of a probe. It's going to blast that. And there's again a couple Archons coming through. +2 attack coming up. Couple Ghosts on the way in. Marines and a +1 armor upgrade coming about as we speak as well. He's going to show up and is going to pop straight onto that probe. So probe will take a few hits of damage. A couple of shots coming in there. Extended Thermal Lance coming through, so that's going to give you a lot of options in terms of Colossus range, and then the Colossus count growing is going to be a pretty big deal, you'd think. So one more thing to just keep a track of in this game. Clem is on his way to +1 ship weapons. He is building Vikings. He is getting Ghosts. It does seem as though Clem will have a pretty overall good answer to Colossus, so it's good news for Clem. We're still settling down together. We do have a couple more Vikings coming through. The Marauders are building, +1 ship weapons and 2 upgrades coming up as we speak. Now we do have more Rural Tech Labs also coming into play as Clem. Gonna try and get settled here. Yeah, and there's that extended thermal lens, +2 and +1, all building about. A couple Medivacs, Marauders, ship weapons and 2 upgrades, like I say, building by as well. First High Templar drops out, looking for a storm while Clem's not looking. It lands, and it actually hits a lot of the Widow mines. We're going to double storm the mines to actually kill them, so we get rid of a few mines as Clem's pushed into position. Mana gets the first storm to initiate, potentially, this fight. I'm going to go through another pylon taking hits. The couple tanks are going to unsiege, and they're going to step forward a little further as well, so in they go. Let's see what they can do, as we do have our 2 upgrades coming about, our +1 ship weapons coming in as well. Still trying to just step forward here. The storm, a few Vikings going to go off on the Colossus as well. A couple more hits coming by. It's going to be seeing another storm, and this Colossus is actually going to go down as well, so we actually do get the pick off on that. Stalker's now blinking to the bottom side, looking to try and grab the Vikings. Stalker's still getting blasted, man. Those tanks just being able to do so very much. As we do have the 2-2 still coming about. A couple more Colossus on the way from Mana. Storm comes down again. Continuing to push this across this bottom direction. Just have an Marine Marauder still coming over. The Vikings building. Stalker's in production. And Mana is going to go chasing Clem back. But I mean, this is really a case of Clem definitely took the lead here. And now it's a case of just what can Mana do to kind of maybe stay in this game. I actually feel like somewhat. He's going to try and push, but I don't think Clem's going to be in that much danger getting to the other side, in all honesty. I feel like he's going to be in a pretty good spot, to be honest. The bio units continue to press in. I mean, this is Colossus, but they're not really enough support for the Colossus, right? We've heard that one before, haven't we? Yeah. Not ideal, as it is going to be Mana getting crushed under the bio force of Clem. And that is going to be GG, as Clem is going to take game number 3, or at least seemingly will take game number 3 of this series. And move on through with a victory. One we expect him to get, but obviously, as you can see, did not exactly come easily by any stretch of the imagination. Did not come easily at all. One more storm as the Vikings will go back and forth. Colossus still moving into position. Bio units keep on moving around there. Another storm, another Marauder getting popped as well. Mana did good, all things considered. I think Mana did great. They made a series out of this. I think a lot of people, look at Mana coming into a group like this and definitely expect him to be in trouble. Yeah, naturally he is not the favorite, but as seen, he's going to be able to kind of stand his ground at least a little bit there. As we are going to be seeing Bio continue to come through. Stalker still taking shots. +3 attack, +3 armor, +2 ship weapons coming through. The Vikings will go after the Colossus still. GG says Mana, and Clem is going to take game number 3. So Clem takes the 3rd and will be victorious there. Big one for him. As we are going to settle ourselves into our next game. What's that going to be? It is Mana versus Gumiho, I believe, that we have left from the Mana games. So Mana Gumiho coming up. Although it might make more sense if we do Clem. Might make more sense if we do no, it doesn't matter. Let's just do Mana Gumiho. Alright. Is this replay, or does Man play 3 in a row? Nope. Man's playing 3 in a row. I mean, everyone plays a bunch in a row, basically. Alright, you're going to play Amygdala to start off. This TVP, going to get this ready to go. Again, thanks for joining us today, guys. I'm going to Mana versus Gumiho as mentioned. So yeah, someone asking whether Mana plays 3 in a row. Pretty much everyone plays 3 or 4 in a row because we play 2 matches at the same time. So even if you don't see the same players 3 times in a row, I mean, Mana plays 4 in a row here, but other players also play 3 or 4 in a row. It's just like I say, obviously they're not always on the stream. It's just because we do 2 matches at a time sometimes, and that changes things. So that's kind of a factor as well. Mana is already in up. Gumiho 2, we'll give that a moment. Perfect. I'll host up over here. Let's kick this off, guys. Thanks for your patience as we go into Mana Gumiho Best of 3 TVP. What's going to happen as we get into a fresh new series. Alright, guys. Again, thanks for your patience. Just we got things sorted out. My brain's not doing a good job of talking while I do things today. My multitasking is at an all-time low, I feel like. So apologies there. As we have Gumiho in the bottom left, Mana in the upper right. Get up and ready to roll. Gumiho, a very tricksy player. And double gas already coming down. Definitely would not be surprised to see a bit of aggression from Gumiho just in general throughout the start of this series. We're just going to be seeing the racks and the gas coming up, the gateway coming through. See what the double gas leads us into here. We'll see what that does for us over the next couple of minutes. Let's just have that cyber core coming through as well. So cyber core coming up and online here from Mana. I mean, nothing really surprising about that, right? Cybercore is kind of expected. This will be the last match we see of Mana today. Obviously, he's not been able to string together a victory just yet. Some map wins, but no win. Again, if he does lose out here, he's absolutely out. I mean, at 1-3, you could actually, in theory, move through. There are 1-3 tiebreakers that Mana would be well set up for because of the fact he won maps in the series that he played. So there's actually a big positive there for Mana. He won a map in every... So if he could beat Gumiho, it's not over for him. There is absolutely a chance he advances with a 1-3 match score, so keep that in mind. Obviously, after this, we're going to be diving into a lot more of the matches, which will include Clem, Shin, Harstem, and Gumiho all playing against each other, because so far they'll have all played against Mana. Then we'll go through all the matches with those guys playing against each other. Stalker will shoot, Reaper takes a few hits, getting pushed back around the top, Stargate building, Nexus on the natural. Reaper and the Helene coming through, the starport continues into play. So we continue to get all of that up and running for the moment, bringing as much into action as we can, just for now. Two Reapers and the Helene will gather back up then. Again, take a couple of moments, take a second. It's going to be seeing the Reapers and the Helene going to go and step on forward. Oracle Network Gate coming through as well. Yo, thank you so much. Sat Stacker 3000 coming in with the Prime sub. I really appreciate it. Hope you're doing amazing today. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. Good to see you, and thank you for subscribing to the Twitch channel. As the Reaper Hellion combo comes in from Gumiho, looking to get some probes early. 2 probes go down. Oracle will activate a couple of Reapers and Hellions. Beginning to go down pretty quickly as well. It's going to be 4 probes going down for mana, but he gets rid of all those early units, so there is something of a benefit there. I mean, getting rid of those units is definitely something you can look at as a net positive, right? So, yeah, I wouldn't say that that was overly terrible just yet. Still stepping up and pressing through as a couple of Stalkers continue to come about. That Oracle coming over as well. See what more we can grab for ourselves. Cyclone locking onto the Stalker for a couple of moments. The Oracle going to come back through, is going to get rid of the Cyclone as well, so the Cyclone will go down. So that is going to be a nice catch. Good to see as we have the Raven and the Marines trying to play that defense, but hey, you know what? We're actually going to be able to do pretty well here. The Raven getting shot at by the Stalkers. Quite a few SCVs going down as well. Just no defense for the Stalkers, basically. That's the benefit of that Reaper Hellion going down. So Mana's able to push in and able to get a lot done with those Stalkers. A little bit of miss micro toward the very end. Does lose him a unit or 2 more than he maybe should have done. I actually think he could have kept all those Stalkers alive. The Oracle goes into the main base, gives itself up, but still getting damage done. I think can still be very happy with its overall outcome in that one. So there you go. That is going to be Mana. Actually, now diving in with the Phoenix to get the Raven as well. Love that. I think that's a great choice. Why the heck not? Let's go for it. I'd love to see that, actually. What a wild game. What a wild game. See a couple of tanks continue to join in. Again, Immortal Phoenix continuing through. Stim pack on the way up, getting ready there. See if Phoenix will move over to the left-hand side. We do have the Robo Bay and the Nexus continue to produce, so that continues to come up for the moment. Phoenix are just going to keep on poking around, trying to maintain position on the map here currently. If they can keep position on the map, there's a lot of value you can get out of that, so definitely some benefits to be had. And keep that going, which again is going to be the goal for now, so seeing what we can get done. Maintain map control and whatever else comes with it. As Phoenix will get rid of a couple of SCVs, so from the edges, going to see a little bit of success as well. Marines and tanks going to go open up some rocks, so we're going to knock our way through here. As we do have the rocks taking some damage. And that is going to get knocked away out, so rocks will fall. We also have these Phoenix still going to stay active. A couple of SCVs still taking damage. Some more shots coming through. And Phoenix going to take a couple of hits as well. Missile turret landing. Oh, Mana staying alive. Now, all the upgrades are going to finish up for the Terran play here in the next few moments, so that's going to become a whole new question mark. It's going to be a whole new stage of this game of can Mana survive Gumiho coming across the map. I think that is going to be the new big question over the next few moments. Delays that gold base coming up on online. That's a cool little something as well. I'm trying to take a fourth, but I don't think he really needs a fourth as much as he just needs to, again, hold this attack right here. Pushing forwards, obviously not near any batteries or anything. Loses a Phoenix. And I think he's getting overconfident. I think he just needs to step back, use the battery. Yeah, it may not have an overcharge, but a battery is still a battery. It still adds some value in this. Woodermine trying to aim. Fire going to step up. Woodermine's threatening as well. Man, Mana has done a pretty good job, but like I say, I feel like he started to fight this a little bit too soon. Considering Gumiho's base was delayed as well in the third, he knew where Gumiho's base was at. He knew the timing of that. I don't feel like he should have been in any rush as Woodermine shots go off. Obviously, we're trying to clean out those Woodermines to give us other access points. The Phoenix Can't really get through though because the other Widow Mines are still active. A few more Zealots will warp in as Mana looks for a little shove into this army. 7 probes going down as the tanks are in reach of the edge of this mineral line. Mana will have a 4th base coming up. I believe that's a Prism now making a move. Yep, so maybe some counter-attacking action from Mana, but Gumiho's units at home as well. He doesn't really need to reinforce this. It's going very well without. Mana's going to go because he doesn't want to lose the Nexus. Well, now he's going to lose the Nexus anyway. Not bad, though, to then chase this down and get some units, I suppose, but... yeah, I think his idea was to try and keep the Nexus alive, but we just targeted it. So that did not matter. As one Phoenix goes down, now trying to chase down the Medivacs. A few Bayouns going to stim up to go the other direction. And Starport coming online, the Armory building through, a few more Marauders coming up. Colossus and Archons are going to try and push up this ramp. The Immortal there as well. What am I going to get? A double kill on the Phoenix. Gotta absolutely love that as well. So that's coming about once again. Do you have the Vikings coming through? Or Prism taking some more shots, damage being done. Mana on this push back across the map is going to do extremely well with 23 SCVs now going down, chasing down SCVs still. Gumiho's army nowhere in sight. Needs to pull back out from the main base, and Mana making something for himself. Just needs to be careful if he does end up taking a fight that this is not a fight too soon. That'll be the big question mark right now. Actually going to just recall. We lose both Colossus in the recall. As Mana just tries to get out of that. I don't know if he had to recall. Could he have just walked away and maybe turned forward if his opponent chased? I wonder. I feel like that was a possibility, no? Yun's going to go jumping onto the Nexus now. It's a very back and forth game. Gumiho attacks, Mana counterattacks, now Gumiho counterattacks. Both players taking heavy losses. The funny thing here is that Mana's got a worse army supply, but Gumiho's army is really hurting. Low HP bars, Medivacs out of energy. An army that is absolutely, I think, correct to chase in that scenario. Just never feels good chasing with Archons. Cannon battery coming through, Storm still on the way up. Prism moves into the main. It instantly dies, but I obviously get the Zealots out here, so they will start to do their job. Just a question of was that good enough, because that's a lot of Zealots to die. Didn't really kill any SCVs. Gumiho gets to the bottom right. Looks like he's winning out the overall warfare of this game. But this is starting to edge out into his favor. Arm supply just a bit stronger for him. Good storms though, Mana. Gonna win a fight while down the supply. That's kind of the way you're gonna do it, but that's just not enough follow-up. Gumiho chases through the storms because he feels good about going for this as a couple more storms go down. The Bio are going to continue to turn around and chase again. A couple of Archons will take damage. Three probes dropping down. We do see the 2-2 upgrades continue to come through. The +1 ship weapons is building as well. Command center on the way up. Sensor tower coming by. That's a group of Zealots warping in with a couple of Mortals in production as well. Mana will go for the push down to the south. My shot landing, although not going to do too much just yet. CC moves over, the storm drops down. It's going to be seeing a couple of Vikings firing away. Bio on that right side is going to go after those Zealots. Another storm on the left. Hitting the bio units again. Another Zealot showing up. Cleanup is being made. Again, a couple of libs. The Marauders and Marines still coming up. Plus one ship weapon still coming through. Jumping back onto that group of rocks here. Prism coming about. As Zealots coming by. Next is building into that bottom right hand corner as well. Once again, staying competitive. He's given us some great games today. You know, I think Anik, again, coming into this group. He qualified, by the way. He won the games yesterday to qualify. This is not an invite like it was last week. And coming into today, he was definitely the underdog of this group. He's putting up a hell of a showing. There's a bunch more Zealots warp in. They're going to go chase towards those Marauders. Again, just a bit too much Terran. He put a lot of time onto the command center there as well to try and deal damage on the CC, but then the CC doesn't drop because of all the repairs. That now feels kind of like a missed opportunity. Mana could have put those units on something else and fired away. And a little bit of a different mana maybe would have been a little bit of a better approach in the end. I will get onto this next as the couple of Vikings coming through. Sitting overhead, Liberator Marine Marauder is all on the way as Gumiho takes down a base and will likely continue for the game here in the next few minutes. Zealots charge down. As we do have, again, a valiant effort of defending, but mana is gonna have to say bye-bye on this one, guys. Not really much else to add on here. This is just a little bit too far gone and out of reach for our Protoss player. GG's. Gumiho opens with a map 1 win on Amygdala, but boy, he had to work for it. Definitely was not an easy time at all. As we will get ourselves into, you guessed it, a game number 2 coming up. Second map going to be on El Dorado. That was also Gumiho's server preference, by the way, so playing on West there, mana, putting up the fight. Lobby link down, get our players in. Three, 4, 5, 6. Are we missing anyone? Ready to LHF. Quick start. And we're going to jump into El Dorado here, guys. Game number 2 coming straight up. Coming your way right now. Between Mana and Gumiho. Let's kick this into the loading screen and see what we're going to get. I liked El Dorado as a map. Gumiho, very creative player. I wonder actually how he's going to approach a map that has those Golden Wall-esque layouts and has so much potential and opportunity to kind of be different and weird. In the bottom right, our red Terran player. This is going to be Gumiho up a game. In the bottom left, our red Terran player is Gumiho. I think this map is beginning to settle in as my favorite of the new maps. It's fun, it's different. It's different in enough ways that it doesn't really seem broken anywhere yet as well, which I think is a pretty important note. It's going to be seeing the Nexus, the Cybercore continue to come through. Reaper coming across. As me seeing the second Reaper building as well, so Gumiho going to get a little aggressive. The probe comes off the watchtower and is going to go and head to the right hand side, but will be met by Reaper number 2. Pops the pylon down. We'll obviously give him vision as to what comes up next. It's going to be those Hellions again. Gumiho got in for about 4 works last game. Gang, let's go, man. Thank you so much, Kuwabara the man, for the 15-month resub support on the channel. Thank you so much indeed. Reaper sits out the front, Hellion on the way, Starport coming up as well. And Twilight Count's going to come through the gateway on the top side. The Stalker building, Warpgate coming by. Starport is going to be done in a moment as the 2 Reapers hop up. 2 Stalkers and a Sentry going to be there to turn the Reapers around. We're going to get there. 3 probes getting picked off. Very good start. The Reapers continue to get at it. 6 workers go down. 7 workers go down. Oh, what a start for Gumiho. We got 4 workers last time. This time we get 7. Painful. Obviously, Mana had the counter-attack last game, and Gumiho's going to try and build the bunker. Because that's what would have just solved all of his problems last game as well. Obviously, just took a little while and didn't get it up and all of that kind of stuff. Stalkers and the Sentry are going to step forward. Here we are going to see the Cyclone. Going to go a little bit back and forth. Again, coming through. Robot facility coming up. Stalkers is going to run straight by. Bunker or not, they don't care. Ain't nothing stopping you running past that bunker. That's the idea that comes into mind from the side of Gumiho, who gets rid of some of these units soon. I think with the tank coming down the ramp, they should be fine. Loses a few SCVs, but Mana's going to lose all of his units, and those are expensive units too. It's not like the Reaper Hellion where you're kind of just like, okay, let's just throw those away. That's a little bit rougher as 4 SCVs end up going down. Then coming up, the Observer is on the way out. Stimpack, Marines, and the Medevac all still building. Cerberus, Chrono Boost, and Blink is coming around. Observer just begins to move out once again. It's just going to go out to the edges already. Focus, move across. There's going to be some observer coming through. The reactor is going to come up and online as well. And Vex will get shot at. Those Stalkers begin to put some work in. Damage being done as that reactor will take a few more shots. Marines are going to get there. Observer goes down. Marines are going to go drop over in the corner. There's a couple of medevacs continue through. I mean, this is going to get crazy with Gumiho over on this side of the map as well. Already starting to do pretty well. The Marines step up. Stalker's still going down. The mana gets cleaned up over on this right side. Gumiho is going to get cleaned up as well, but he's going to do very well in the process. And the tank shot on the probes is terrifying. If he had another one, it would have been a real big deal. Prism in the charge continuing into play as well for now. Marines will load back up and pull back over that left-hand side. Charge is about to finish. Again, Prism still coming through. Vax will unload and get ready to push in toward that natural. A few Zealots showing up as well. Bio, it's going to fight. A couple of Zealots are going to get jumped on. Stalker's going to get underneath, and that medevac will go down. So as medevac falls, good defense, but there is a natural attack as well. Probes having to pull away, and this is the problem. Mana is continuing to scrap together defenses at the moment. That's the main base, going to go after some more SCVs. Viking chases, Prism gets hunted. Continues to fight. That Prism going to get very low. 7 SCVs picked off, and a couple of medevacs, Marines, and Marauders continue to come through as well. Gumiho comes boosting through the bottom side. Mana ahead on supply overall. Is this one of those mana comebacks? I mean, he had that ridiculous comeback against Shin. That game 2 was honestly pretty ridiculous. Now coming across the map again. SCV's going to get blown up as they get pulled into this fight. That's a lot of workers going down. Bio going to go after some pylons, trying to shut down the reproduction possibilities of mana. Army supplies are fairly similar. I mean, in a base trade, who do you prefer? I mean, I love that Gumiho is going to be faster to get on top of the production. I actually think Gumiho's army is going to end up being better here. The Bioforce likely has just a little bit more damage output. I think if this ever comes into a trade, Mana's going to be in trouble. He's already having trouble trying to break up the ramp, yeah. Looked kind of hopeful for Mana with what was going on in the natural, but Gumiho was just too good going across the map. That is going to be GG's. Gumiho will take the 2-0 here. Unfortunately for Mana, that will be the only match all day. He doesn't take a... he didn't take a map against Harstem. He was ahead against Harstem in that game too. Mana takes a couple maps, does end 0-4 unfortunately. As we are going to go into Harstem versus Clem. So we're going to get that ready to rumble. Get that set up in a couple of moments. Get that rolling. Perfect. So Harstem and Clem coming up, guys. Some PvT continuation. We will have some Zerg matches coming up as well. Obviously, we saw 1 Shin match so far, but we've got 3 Shin matches to go. They're actually going to come in as the last few matches of the day. So we're going to mix the matchups up a little bit further down the line. Gonna get that ready to rumble. And we'll get this all hosted up for you guys and get ready to kick off. Again, if you're enjoying the stream today, a couple of things you can do to support us easily. Hit the like button if you're watching on YouTube. Subscribe to the YouTube channel as well. Helps out a whole bunch. you're really enjoying on Twitch, you can follow, use your Prime subs as well. Some good viewership today, guys, considering we're still early on. We've got a long way to go with more StarCraft 2 continuing up very, very soon. Eldorado going to be our opening map. I love it. This map was getting videoed so much at first, and now it's getting played so much. Love to see that. Alright. Put the lobby link down, get this ready to start. Double check if anyone else has joined us, but I don't think they are. I think we're going to be good to go here in a second. Perfect. Yo, Kau Kankam, thank you so much for the 20-month resub. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm ready, Zub, waiting for Harstem to do the same. And we will kick off onto Eldorado. Get this rolling. Harstem says ready. Let's do it. Harstem versus Clem coming up right now. Let's get this underway, guys. Thank you so much for joining us here for the WardiTV PTR tournament number 2. I think we'll do a little... I just did a start, didn't I? I was going to say, I kind of want to start just at the start of a game at one point, but we'll hold off on that for now. We will hold off on that for now. In the bottom right-hand corner of Eldorado, we kick off into the red Terran player's base. This is going to be Team Liquid's Clem. He takes on the blue Protoss. In the bottom left corner of the map, we have Harstem. Just make it a bit interesting on the intro. Put the hand over the mouth. Got that echoey announcer effect. As we get into our opening game of this PvT, Harstem. I feel like he's going to feel the wrath right now. You guys watched the first ever WardiTV YouTube short. You would have heard Harstem calling out Clem's micro the other day. I quote, Harstem said, not to be a dick. Proceeds to make a dick-like comment. Typical guy. It was kind of funny because he was playing against Max Specs, and you know, Clement made some mistakes. He hadn't really been like as good at microing as we expect Clem to be. It's such a good clip because literally moments later, Clem pulls off the most insane Marine Cyclone micro, and yeah, just great timing. And I don't know, I got a feeling that Clem's gonna come into this series and be like, you know what, Harstem, I'm not impressed with what you said about my micro. You know, Wardy made a clip out of it to call you out, and now I'm just gonna have to call you out by beating on you. That's what I feel like the process is about to be, okay? Now that might not be true, that might not be exactly how it actually goes. I'm just, I feel like that's how it's gonna go down. There's the probe moving around a little bit as well. I'm gonna go journeying about for the moment. So yeah, Reaper moving around. And the game is kind of going as we kind of expected to, with the Reaper just scouting. Harstem getting an adept on the map. Factory coming in on the side of Clem as well. Command center about to finish. SCV on the way. Sentry and the Wolf Gate continuing to come through. Starport, Hellion, and Marines all building as well. Continue to bring that into action here as the Reaper goes from the left side, pulling back over to the right. Reaper hops through, hallucination flies overhead. Just going to be seeing the sentry going to nibble at that Reaper, so a bit more damage being done for the moment. Going to be seeing a Hellion ready to fire up and a few more probes going down. Hallucination just going to fly through. Viking the Cyclone coming about. Marines coming over as well. Yeah, Ruga, thank you so much for the 6-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing great. Thank you so much for half a year of subscribing. As Clem's attack is going to just come back home. Nothing really to be committed to here. So just decides to pull it back and walk away. See the Cyclone going to lock on. Viking and Marine's going to be there. The Phoenix is going to get pushed back. Awesome using those Phoenix to try and control the game here. Phoenix will move about. Oh, hallucination as well. Going to go one way. Try and take some attention. I'll give you some information in a bit of a different spot. Keep an eye on maybe just pathways being used from Clem as well. Know if there's an attack coming so that these Phoenix have to start returning home is never a bad idea, right? So, the Phoenix move into the corner of this main. We're going to get shot down. Cyclone, the Marine's already there to knock the first Phoenix back. Widow Mine still producing. That's Clem. Sits across the main in the natural. Bio going to be coming out the center. The rest of the bio coming through as well. So just starting to step up. We have got ourselves the +1 attack upgrade from Clem about to finish. And so this would make for a pretty good timing going across to the other side of the map. So away we go as the Ghost Academy starts up from Clem as well. We get that started. Marines are going to fire. Phoenix takes some shots. The army continues to step up. This is an awkward moment for Harstem. He's got charge, but he doesn't really have splash damage, so he needs to overwhelm this army. Widow Mines are going to make it difficult for these Zealots as well, as the Widow Mine, though, first of all, hits the bio units. More bio units being hit by those Widow Mines. Phoenix showing up as well, and Harstem is going to get across, and he is going to clean up this attack of Clem. Good pushback by Harstem. He's going to come out 20 supply ahead. Those Widow Mines just getting bait, I'm not going to say they were really baited per se, but just going off on the Zealots that then kind of clipped the bio definitely helped. Phoenix going to go back around the top. Harstem will start to establish a fourth base, and he's looking good in this game 1, I gotta say so far. Zealots and Stalkers run through the center. Bio going to be there. Couple Zealots turned around the other direction. Widow Mines will help as we unburrow and we continue to move to that left-hand side. Adept going to take a few shots. Oh, good force fields as those Zealots are going to get the wraparound on those bio units. Unload once again. The Widow Mines are going to pull back into the center. Clem just reinforcing out across the map still, just on his 3 bases, adding on an engineering bay and armory to try and further the upgrades in this game. That Protoss force sitting there, a couple of Adepts will begin to go down, the rest of these Zealots and so. Maybe going to end up getting involved, now going to see Zealots into that main mineral line. They're going to go after some of those SCVs, so damage will start to be done over there. As they actually will have depots and maybe the armory as well, so good timing to attack as long as we can continue to hold at home. That's the continuous question mark going to lift up most of the Widow Mines. One Widow Mine goes off, a few Zealots charge forward. There's not enough though against the bio. We need more. As we do see Clem getting back into his main base to play defense as well. I mean, denying the Widow Mines is one thing, but yeah, you got to have some damage against this bio. One Colossus wasn't cutting it. The Zealots that were there still melted, even though the Widow Mines didn't connect, because there was just so much bio. Again, I will say it again. Huge deal. Phoenix, Zealots, Colossus continue to move up, chasing the rest of that bio army away. Medevac's load gonna go through the top side of the map. +3/+1 from Harstem. If you can keep getting the upgrades going, would be huge for him. He did kill the armor, which delays 2/2 of Clem, so maybe that's something of an advantage we can work with here. Now on 4 Colossus 2 will force Clem to have more tech units to really deal with this army, compared to before where pure bio was just enough. That shouldn't really be the case any longer because 4 Colossus are going to be pretty scary. We have 1 Widow Mine. Oh, goes from a couple of Marines, getting donated as Clem just rallying across the map, gets picked on. And we'll get a Widow Mine for Zealot. Army still collects together on the top side. A couple of Vikings, Marines, and Marauders coming through. The Ghosts in production as well right now as we have the bio is going to jump onto the top left. That base goes down instantly. We're going to enter something of a base trade here. I mean, they say to have a base trade at Terran, but there's something about base trade in Protoss you can recall home at any moment. It's quite terrifying as well. Harstem going to really kind of push his way through. He wants to get on top of the production ASAP. We saw in that Mana Gumiho series just how important it can be to be on top of the production quickly. If you're not on top of the production quickly, that can become a big issue. So Orbital Command is going to get taken down. Stalkers and Colossus still putting in some work. Going to start pushing up this ramp and moving forward. Another couple of bio units taking some hits. Like I say, just to get on top of this production is a big deal. We will lose 1 Colossus. Some of the power lost here for Harstem, but 3 Colossus still a very good number as production is now camped. Harstem has, okay, supply blocked again now. I was going to say has had the chance to maybe keep on warping in. Hasn't had his production killed off, but yeah, starting to get supply blocked as pylons go down. Oh my god, a second away from Blink is so sad. He has 21 Stalkers. No! He has to cancel Blink. That's so sad. He has 21 Stalkers and no Blink. Oh man, that takes away so much potential as this game continues. +2 armor, +2 attack, gonna get cleaned up, so Clem will not get those upgrades. Viking just spawned out, the Phoenix spots it, gonna go chasing, factory building a reactor over there as well. Clem on 65 to the 75 army supply. Harstem evacuates some probes, has the money to rebuild a nexus, might go to the gold. I guess depends how he's feeling. Clem is already, he's already taking Harstem an expansion to the top side. 12 o'clock position. He's going to continue through his opponent's bases. Clem already worked through all of Harstem's bases, so Clem's going to start getting onto the map. Meanwhile, Harstem will get underneath that orbital, and he is going to go for the kill there. We'll grab that. Anything we can get rid of is going to be a big deal, as this is a planetary fortress, a little bit of SimCity 2. Terran Army is going to find the Nexus. Harstem can rebuild a Nexus elsewhere. There's not out of structures yet. Lots of structures left alive back on the other side of the map. Clem again being able to get some production going, though, is a big deal. Going to start offsetting that little bit of supply difference. We are going to start the fight right now, though. Again, those Colossus are still going to be an issue. Stalker's no blink available. Harstem has not rebuilt his base. Shoots down one Viking. Should be able to go for another. Nexus now building again what would have been the original kind of forward fourth of Clem. Is where Harstem drops the base. Now pushing into that upper right-hand side. Production here, planetary fortress here. I think Clem is right to kind of play this position, but Harstem can also play from far away because that's the power of the Colossus, and he's going to be able to have those Colossus up a ramp, so it's very difficult for Clem to just chase those down. Humps goes down, a little bit of vision lost. The barracks will drop here. You know, this will start working onto. I mean, again, you just work on the edges, right? Depots. Planetary fortress from afar as well, right? Force the SCVs to repair, spend their money like that. Harstem 56 to the 63 army supply currently. Just again, are the 3 Colossi going to be good enough as Clem tries to drop an EMP or so into position. This base trade looking as though it might go the way of Harstem. I mean, Colossus are just very, very good right now. And this Clem is actually... He can't repair the planetary forever because he has no gas mining. He's going to have to start 2 refineries because he can't repair the planetary any longer. Oh no, so the planetary is going to start dying. Clem's going to have to do something about this. 3 gas, 2 gas, 0 gas left. Clem runs out of gas in the game. Oh no. Oh, we're going to die force though. Harstem, he does pick up the prism, with the prism, the Colossus, so they get brought back. Harstem can go after the planetary. Gas mining is not available. Okay, now SCVs can go in the refinery and gas will be had. Clem is going to find the Nexus with those medevacs, and Harstem's got to decide what he does about it. He's going to come across to try and fight it. Trying to get a gate online. He got the Twilight Council back up, by the way, and Blink is on the way. It's so funny. He cancelled Blink to have more money, but the Twilight never died. If he just left it, he might have been able to build a pylon there and just finish Blink immediately. That would have been nice, right? I mean, I maybe Clem would have killed it if he saw the Blink upgrade was still on it, but I feel like he might have just left it, you know? It's not like Harstem was desperately dying for the extra money off of rebuilding or getting the Blink cancel, right? Blink halfway done, but already having it would have just been a huge deal. As a few zealots here are going to get caught. The bio units will play cleanup. Obviously, the micro potential of the bio units, and so with the medevacs is very scary. And Harstem, he was so close to getting this planetary because Clem ran out of gas, but now Clem has got gas back and available once more. That fly depot gets taken out. Blink still on the way in. Colossus just going to fire. Depot going to take some shots. Marine Marauder stepping through, and the Colossus will take a few more clips. Fire well and low. Going to try and get to this base. I mean, this is the issue. Harstem has a Nexus location that's very difficult to defend, while also... yeah, protecting. Oh no, he doesn't have money. He doesn't have money. He can't build a Nexus anymore. Harstem can no longer win this game. He can no longer win this game because he can no longer build a Nexus and mine. So at the very least, Clem can float a structure. Best Harstem can now do is a draw. Gonna fight this here. The Colossus putting in the work. They are gonna go for some units, but Harstem just knows he's got no follow-up, especially with units still in the top right building from Clem and Clem mining. Oh, Harstem did have a Nexus in production, sorry. He did have the money to restart Nexus, I apologize. He did something to get money for a Nexus, so he actually did have a Nexus back up. I actually just want to rewind very quickly and just see where that money came from, because unless I just missaw it initially. Let me just figure this out. So right here, he didn't have the money. Oh, he had +3 attack on the way, so he just cancels +3 attack and he can build a Nexus. Okay. Yeah, I didn't see the... I didn't think of the attack upgrade at the moment, but that's a very simple answer. I was just wondering what it was, because I was like, I'm pretty sure Blink had finished by then. Yeah, GG's. Harstem taps out. Clem takes it, but Harstem makes a heckin' close game. Pretty exciting one in the end. As we get game number 2 ready to go. Harstem, Clem, 6 casters, I believe is the correct number. We should be able to go into game number 2 of this best of 3 right now. So let's do that. Let's head into our second game here. It's supposed to be a Harstem victory. It was very close to being a Harstem victory. It was very, very close. As we get ready to jump into ley lines. Let's head into our second map. As we have in the bottom left-hand corner, the red Protoss player. This is Harstem. Taking on the blue Terran in the top right is Clem. Game 2 of this best of 3. To get this up and rolling. Proxy barracks from Clem in this game number 2. He's going to get very aggressive right away, so Clem going to bring the aggression. How interesting. Game got pretty close in the end, and immediately Clem was like, no, did not like that, was not a fan of sweating a little bit towards the end of that one. I want to say very close game. If Clem had run out of gas a little sooner and that planetary had gone down, I think that probably is game right there as well. Because without that planetary, Harstem just pushes in with the 3 Colossus, right? And has an extremely good time. And with the ... because this was scouted, so he's going to cancel barracks number 2. Oof. Clem going to try and fix this little situation as Harstem gets a great scout off. Throws a Nexus down anyway. That's funny, because now he's throwing a Nexus down. He's only got 1 barracks to deal with. I love it. Kinda love it. As a couple batteries come up, Marauder gonna step up. Probe gonna take a few shots. Gonna now see the battery will take a few damage as well. SCV gonna get onto that. Again, Marauder and the factory coming up and online. Nexus coming through. Stalker and the probe in production. Batteries on the way. As we get settled into this one. Target coming through. Again, the probe is producing. Now, battery still on the way out also. Mine coming up. Again, the Stargate and the Stalker coming on through. Mine, Starport, all producing here currently. Void Ray from Harstem off the Stargate. Okay. Game's going to take a little bit of an interesting turn. I guess just because he feels like he needs to be defensive, but there's nothing really coming his way, so we can see he's probably fine without it. He doesn't necessarily know that. we're going to be sending hallucination on the way. Medevac going to come boosting through a couple of Widow Mines. Going to start to unload 1 and 2. Widow Mine Burrows are going to go and actually get a couple of probes there. Second mine still active. Hallucinated probes are going to be the designated shot in the end, so actually pretty nice. 2 mines or 2 probes is not bad in the end. Obviously used a little bit of sentry energy to hallucinate probes to deal with that, but not the end of the world. As our few Marines pull back up this ramp. So Engineering Bay coming around, Marines and a Stim Pack upgrade coming through also. And Harstem, so much commitment to kind of this defense that never needed to be made. I'm kind of playing a normal game behind this now. I wonder if Harstem over-defended after the scout. And just, maybe that just lets Clem actually play a normal game because all that defense has been absolutely, you know, useless. It's been completely dead weight. Dead investment. Oracle chasing that SCV for a couple of moments, trying to find a bit more damage there. We'll activate and start going after some SCVs. Minivac's on the hunt. Hallucinated Colossus is going to pop up. See the buy on the Medivacs continue to come around. Phoenix is going to move about. Get back down to the bottom. +1 on concussive shells on the way. A couple of Vikings and Marauders continue through. Phoenix obviously going to be very good at defending if the drops really got to try to be active in terms of dropping forward. Not really sure we'll see too much of that. Oracle sees the army coming. So far, Harstem has been able to convince Clem to kind of sit back and stay back. Next, get up to the top. Void Ray going to be there. Fire units continue to cross over as well. And we do have ourselves the extended thermal lance continuing to come into play. Ghost Academy building means that Clem will get access to those ghosts. His third base will move into position in the near future here as well. These Viking heavy builds from the Terrans are really are becoming very popular when you see the Phoenix early and you really just go super heavy on Vikings right away. You really cut medevac count and just focus on Viking production. So very few medevacs, but the ability to, again, take fights against the Phoenix and type fights against then the Colossus follow-up much more easily as well is a huge deal. He's going to go for the Oracle. Oracle will fall. A little bit rough for Harstem because, again, that's going to be less information he has. Stasis Swords would have been nice as well. set up. A couple of Phoenix are going to get shot at. It's going to be seen the Vikings are going to fire away. Again, the beauty of this is as long as Clem doesn't stim, it doesn't need to use up too much medevac energy. He can really kite for a long time. Good EMPs. I mean, there's not really a lot to stop these Vikings at the moment. Colossus goes down. Only 4 Stalkers on the map. No blink available. Makes this an extremely challenging push to deal with. Nylon trying to pull it out here as Clem now did drop a stim, but I think rightfully so. This was the moment to stim as the Vikings are just going to commit to finish off the units in the skies. We'll actually go after the Phoenix for a bit, but I think it's worth getting rid of the Colossus. I'm actually going to lose pretty much every Viking, but there's one Colossus that's on very low HP remaining. There's another one on the way. Maybe that'll be good enough, but I just don't really feel it right now. The Vikings will get this Colossus at the very least, and Clem will have this 4th base. What a very sophisticated push from Clem, huh? Just sort of comes in, does very well at the Vikings, and just continues to trade very well throughout that fight to take that victory. And to get us to the halfway point of this Group A, with the group in a pretty interesting position. I mean, Mana... yeah, fairly interesting, right? I mean, Mana, unfortunately, 0-4 will be falling out in last place of this group. Harstem is going to now be 1-1, and then everybody else is 1-0, but Clem 2-0. So with everyone left to play against everyone else, a really interesting situation for us here. So, yeah, very open group. A lot that could still happen. Our next match is going to be Gumiho taking on Clem. And then after Gumiho Clem, we're going to move over to Harstem versus Gumiho and Shin versus Harstem. And we're going to finish the day off with those last couple of Shin matchups of Shin versus Clem and Shin versus Gumiho as well. How are Vikings allowed to move and shoot like that? Well, that's just the micro of the Terran play. I mean, they actually have to stand still to shoot, but the Vikings kind of a very satisfying unit to use because if you get the control right, you can really make them kind of glide as they hit. It's very fun because it's very satisfying because if you watch me trying to make Vikings do that, would not have looked as pretty, you know, at all. Not at all. Okay, so yes, we're gonna go into Gumiho versus Clem coming up next. I'm just gonna need a couple moments to try and sort that out. Give me a moment to try and figure that out. Like I say, some good matches still to come today. We're halfway through this group, so plenty of games still to come. Let me throw the ads on and we will work on getting this next series ready. What day is it today? The 7th? Yeah. Perfect. Alright. You're just gonna start setting this up, guys. Take a couple moments and we'll get this underway. Like I said, just gonna be switching to the replay portion of this now, which means we'll just take a little bit longer to get going. Harstem with the raid. Welcome everybody. How you doing? Good to see you guys. Thank you so much for joining us today. I hope you enjoyed the Harstem games. We actually, you guys might have seen some of the games that we haven't seen yet. So if you have, please no spoilers in the chat. We will be casting all of the matches, so I think we still have Harstem Gumiho and Harstem Shin that we've not watched on the stream, so please no spoilers. As we will just double check who else we need. I think we're good. Alright, we are going to head into Whispers of Gold, game number 1 of Clem and Gumiho TVT. And TVT is obviously a bit different without the Cyclone right now, so we'll see what this looks like. Let's get this underway. Plenty more StarCraft 2 still to come. Second half of this Group A starts right here and right now. In the top left corner of the map, our blue Terran player here is going to be Team Liquid's Clem. And he's going to be taking on the red Terran in the bottom right corner. We have ourselves Cloud9's Gumiho. Alright, so fresh best of 3 for us. Kind of wondering what TVT will look like, because obviously the Cyclone has changed massively here. And if that Cyclone has changed heavily, that's going to change a lot of how this game is going to be looking, right? So it's definitely going to make this a pretty intriguing way to get, matchup to kind of watch. Like I said earlier, the PvP changed a lot with this patch. The TVT changes a lot as well. So let's see if we get to see any of that fresh, new, and different TVT. I mean, pretty much guaranteed, because Cyclones were such a big factor in the current live server that anything you see here is going to be influenced by the fact that Cyclone can't be made anymore. Reaper coming up. Just going to have ourselves the factory coming in. Reaper moving around. Just going to be having our setup getting going as the Reaper will go down onto the map here from Clem. The Reaper from Gumiho steps out onto the map as well. CC coming up and online. It's going to be having ourselves the, again, Reapers and Hellions producing through, getting started up. Pretty standard kind of just non-Cyclone build where you get Reaper Hellion, and obviously you can then do a lot with that Reaper Hellion. That's exactly where we're going for the moment. The Reapers here from Clem out the front have not been too aggressive though, they're for the most part hanging back. Reapers and Hellion just going to be hanging about. Starport about to be finished. We are going to see Clem really into the medevac. I'm going to go with the siege tank option as well. I mean, tank drops are going to become all the rage again now because there's less defense against them, and that was kind of your way of being aggressive in the past, so no surprise to see this coming back around. A little bit up instantly, we begin to make our move. Straight across to this bottom side. We're actually going to get the siege tank setting up here as a few Marines will start to go out onto that depot. Hellions, Reapers coming through. The Cyclone trying to fight as well. Yeah, good defense from Gumiho as Clem gets pushed back immediately, so we don't even get the depot kill there. And Clem is going to have to retreat on away. pretty darn substantial trade out on that one. As we now see the medevac pulling all the way back, Siege Tank will begin to siege. Again, our Raven and our Interference Matrix continue to come up as well, so we get that on the way. That's going to be Raven and tank production on both sides of the map. I think TVT should overall become a little bit less volatile. I think the Cyclones were... I think I said this a lot when that Cyclone first came around, right? Which is that the current live Cyclone is such a dangerous unit in TVT. The DPS it can provide can really offset a lot of the early game trades, and if you get, if you let a couple of Cyclones get out of control, the game can really spin out of control, right? So Medevac moves across. Jump into the main base. It's going to be seeing a few Marines unloading. Depot will take some damage. His Matrix is going to land. The rest of those Marines come up. Those other Marines go down. A couple more units in the upper left going to settle. The Matrix is going to allow you to chase that medevac down, and Clem just loses units here. Gets absolutely nothing done to begin with, so Clem unsuccessful on this little attempted attack. And that is Gumiho going to be able to settle things back in his favor. Two Reapers and two Hellions will get back over to that left-hand side. Cyclone's going to lock on. First Hellion drops there as Clem just trying to find a little bit of something. We pull back a little bit. Raven's still overhead. The tanks will join up together as well. So the tank going to go joining up. Tank's going to gather. Vikings going to come through. Raven's still just going to be sitting overhead as we do step into this. Interference Matrix goes down. One of the tanks did not even get to unsiege. That's going to be trouble as that tank goes down immediately. And Gumiho with a great push into this natural expansion. Tanks dropping. Order turrets dying. And it does look as though we are going to have ourselves a very good setup for Gumiho. Clem's still ahead on workers, but I don't think that really matters. Being camped on your natural is a huge deal with Viking control on Gumiho's side. This was a double starport build order, so going double starport, able to play that, obviously gives you a little bit more kind of this aggressive push as well, and that control in the skies too. I'm just going to land the Vikings. Don't really know if that's necessary at all. It feels though, again, ready to shove, but I think maybe he's readying for the attack in, but if you have the Vikings in the sky right now, you can continue to zone the Ravens a little bit more easily. Orbital Command is going to take a lot of damage. This is why you do want the Vikings landed, apparently. So let's see. One Matrix goes down. The rest of the tank's still free. A ton of SCVs going down. And that, my friends, is going to be good enough as Gumiho is going to clean up this army of Clem in its entirety. And economy, and also, okay, Gumiho's army does die apart from the Vikings, but he's up 25, 26 workers. And still, again, maintained the Vikings, too. So Clem has some advantages about to hit 1-1 upgrades. Bio looking nice, but again, how do you afford a meaningful amount of those units when you don't have an economy? 41 SCVs died in these moments. It's a big oof to me. Let's get back around to that left-hand side. Take a position. It's actually on the right. I'm trying to come through with a medevac, but unfortunately it gets intercepted, so the Vikings are going to take that medevac down as well. That will be denied immediately. Jesus, Clem. And that is going to do it, as we are going to see Gumiho taking game 1 of this best of 3. GG. Well, Gumiho dismantles Clem in the first game of Terran versus Terran. Second game coming up in a few. Get that ready to go. Alright, we're going to go. Second map here is going to be ley lines. And drop some invites. Get started. Perfect. Second game coming up here in just a second, guys. As Gumiho gets the first map win. I mean, definitely a good push there. Clem's first attacks did not really do too well either. Definitely a little bit of a negative. Do the new patch nerf Clem? I think the new patch will negatively affect Clem in TVT, yes. I think Clem really kind of fixed a lot of his TVT problems when this new Cyclone came around. So I actually think going back to the old Cyclone may bring back some of his TVT issues. Now, I think he's improved in a lot of other ways in TVT as well. But I do think it's going to be a little step back in that regard. Alright, let's jump into this. As we have got in the top right corner of the map, the blue Protoss player representing Team Liquid, because this is apparently no longer a TVT. It is going to be Clem in the top right. Down a game, loses a map at TVT, and he's now going to play Protoss. Clem is in the top right corner of ley lines. We have no rules. You can switch to off race if you do so wish. Clem just dodges the TVT. Let's see what happens. As on the bottom left side, our red Terran player is going to be Gumiho. Well, you're playing against Clem's Protoss. It's definitely one of those moments where you're like, I don't know whether to be happy because he's playing off-race, so in theory that should be easier, or terrified because he's clearly confident enough in his off-race down a game to come through and potentially show up and have an impact here. So, very scary scenario for Gumiho, I would say. Clem feels good enough to switch into Protoss. I would not be feeling too good about it. So, Gumiho definitely going to have to be, sharp and on point. We have talked a little bit earlier on about how good Clem's Protoss is. It's actually extremely good. Kind of expecting that to come through and be a fact here again today. Probe gets out onto the map, just going to be seeing it turning around and heading home. The Reaper is going to pop, so that probe is heading back at the right kind of time. Make sure you get out of there safely and keep that probe alive is the priority. And so the probe will get out with the Reaper now giving chase. Gumiho obviously would love to get some information for himself here, so we'll try and do exactly that over the next few moments. Here it comes back over. Twilight Council building the main base. Adept coming across as well. Reaper gets up into the main. Twilight Council is about to finish as the Clem Adept is actually going to be able to chase that Reaper down and push that away, so Adept is going to keep the Reaper back, and now the Adept will get to the natural. Gumiho's playing no nonsense. High ground CC, just going to make sure nothing happens here to kind of distract early. Isn't it problematic to be able to switch race during the tournament? Or if Gumiho wanted to switch race to play Protoss against Protoss, then he can switch race to play Protoss against Protoss. If they both, if they really both try to be like, oh, I'm gonna play PvP, and then Clem's like, oh, well, I'll play Terran then we would just step in and be like, right, DM me which race you're gonna play, and they'd probably end up playing TVT. So no, it's not really problematic. It's very easily solved. You just get them to both privately message you which race they'll play for the game, if it really comes down to that. Fly Jaken, thank you so much for the 21-month resub on the Prime. Welcome back. Appreciate the support. Hope you're doing great. He's just going to be seeing the Adept coming over. Reaper getting chased. That would be problematic. Someone could play random if they want. I think they just mean in terms of like, if like Clem says, oh, I'm going to play Protoss, and Gumiho says, oh, well, I'm going to play Protoss too. And then Clem says, well, oh, if you're playing Protoss, I'll play Terran. And then Gumiho says, well, if you're going to play Terran, I'm going to play Terran. And Clem's like, great, I'll go back to Protoss. And then that, you know, I mean, like I said, it's very easily resolved. Make them both play Zerg. Yeah, then we lose both. Then we would actually have some Zerg players in the tournament. Wouldn't that be nice? When Shin versus Gumiho, that's going to be the last matchup of the day, so probably in a couple of hours or so. This is going to get a grab. Widowmine goes down. Medevac gets chased over to the right side. Great defense so far here by Clem, immediately denying that first Widowmine. Now there's Medevac taking a couple of shots as well, half HP, but the blink to the low ground's a pretty heavy commitment. Clem will have to pull away here. We'll give up a probe, and we'll get that Widowmine quickly. Medevac should be able to get out alive if nothing else. Clem is massing Stalkers across the map. This is off of 3 gates. He does have the third Nexus coming into play here as the Stalkers are going to blink up. Just going to grab the Siege Tank. The Marines continue to come through. Stalkers taking some more shots. Couple of hits still coming through. Tank will siege. Clem gets a few more Stalkers warped in. Loses the Observer immediately. As we will sit out the front. Stim about to finish on the side of Gumiho with that blink, with that Stim available. Life becomes a lot easier for him. Even lifting up a Medevac and taking it out on the map already. Clem actually just dove, sorry, as I'm watching that Medevac. He just went for the Siege Tank, gets it. Micron with the Prism as well as obviously having the blink capabilities as well. For the most part right now just running as the SCVs are chasing hard. Does not want to let those SCVs do too much tanking with the Stim Marines behind him. Tank trying to fly away. Stalker's going to take a couple of shots here. Charge building on the Twilight Council as well. Stalkers continue to head down to the bottom left as these Stalkers actually ready to jump up into the main base as well. And unfortunately, not a great blink for Clem. Once again, just kind of blinks in. The opponent units are too close, and so you end up taking a lot of damage. And on the other side of the map, that Stim Marine drop is going to absolutely annihilate a mineral line. 9 probes go down straight away. Stalker's going to get an SCV. Combat shield still coming up. The Prism heading back around the bottom. Get an SCV, take out a depot, Prism into the main base. Marines are going to be there, chase that Prism back around. Still got the Sentry +1 and charge on the way out. The Marines are going to stim into this mineral line again. With a lot of probes going down immediately. 8, 9, 10 workers. Take it 12. Man, Clem is taking so much damage. These Marines will get cleaned up, but that's 12 workers on top of the 9 earlier. Heading into the Immortal and the +1 upgrade here. We continue to get that going. As Clem said, it's 52 to 52 workers in this game. Would love to be on about 60 or more at this point in time against Triple Orbital Terran. Triple Orbital not fully ready yet, but will be soon. +2 attack while Corona Boost on the Forge. Medevac's join, couple of tanks gather together. Unit's going to start pushing out the front. The Stalker's going to hang back. Couple shots come through. Obviously, Clem going to have to try and kite backwards here as Gumiho goes on a march. So Gumiho going to start pushing to the top. There are Zealots ready for the counterattack here from Clem, so they're going to get ready to attack into this natural expansion. So they're going to move into play. The Stalkers continue back to the third base. And Zealot's going to get straight into that mineral line, and a few SCVs will begin to fall at the same time. Bio stepping up. Zealot's going down. As these couple of tanks, 2 of the tanks of Gumiho just not sieging at all. As the Immortals will get in range and they will kill off these siege tanks. So Clem killing 16 SCVs on the other side and is going to charge down this ramp and clean out this army. This game wasn't looking too pretty for Clem as he blinks in for the last Medevac as well. Everything bar one Medevac of Gumiho will die. Those Immortals put in some serious work, and Clem is immediately coming across the map and looking to close this out all of a sudden. It's going to show up. Zealot's going to get there. CV's going to come through. A little bit of bio going to continue across, chasing the Zealots, chasing the Stalkers. We blink back a little further. On the top side, that Medevac is just empty and inactive, remember, as we are going to dive in with the bio units here. One has to respect that a little bit, but we'll go warping in. Another group of Zealots. He won that fight, and he is going to capitalize. No Medevacs, no healing. A lot of those units already hurting. It's going to be pretty rough as well. The force field going down. Zealots charge in. Widow Mines. Not going to fire just yet. They're going to unburrow and relocate. Continue to go after those few Stalkers. Chasing around on the bottom side here. Just going to see the few Zealots are going to come through. Again, Clem just attacking into this mineral line, into this base. Widow Mines are doing okay, but I just don't know if it's enough. Obviously, Gumiho has the high ground position a little bit off to the left-hand side as well. Orbital command goes down, and Gumiho is going to end up saying GG. Clem is going to take game number 2 of this best of 3 with the switch to Protoss. All right. There you go, guys. We'll have that one happening. And we're going to go to Ultra Love for one final map of this best of 3. So, Ultra Love coming up. We'll get that underway. Clem ties it up with the off-race. Let's see if he wants to play off-race again or if he's going to steer back toward a life of Terran. Get this going in just a moment. Ultra Love for this game 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 casters. Let's count down into this, guys. Alright, heading on in. And go to the bottom left-hand corner as we head into game number 3, and it is more PVT. Loading in his Protoss once again. This is going to be our blue Team Liquid Protoss player, Clem. In the top right, our red Terran player is going to be Gumiho. And Gumiho get on track against the Protoss of Clem. Actually felt like he was doing okay in that game, and then, well, Clem won that fight while also dealing great damage across the map with the Zealots. That was a pretty crazy fight for Clem to win. Those Immortals able to get through. I wonder if Gumiho regrets not sieging those tanks, or if he still feels like leaving them unsieged would have been the better way to go about it. If, you know, it's still the better way to go about it, because clearly he thought that was a good move at the time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made it. Probe comes up, nibbles at the SCV on the front here. So do you have our SCV just going to be there? Probe going to come back through. SCV takes some damage. And next in Cervical coming through, going to drop the pylon onto the natural. Ultra Love is probably the map we've seen the least in the end, right? This map seems to be the least loved out of the patch. Or the new patch maps. This one definitely seems to get the least love of all. I kind of get it. I think the third and fourth are so far away from each other. Like, down this ramp, pretty big ramp, and then up this ramp, and a step away there. You could maybe go third, fourth like this, take backwards, but then you've got tanks to contend with potentially, depending on what race you're playing against as well. Have a Twilight Council building, so Clem going to show us the Twilight once more. Obviously, he played into that 3-gate blink last game. See if he wants to do something again this time around, as the Adept is going to go shading out up to the top side. Having that Adept continue to move about here a little bit. Cyclone coming through. The Medevac and a couple of Marines on the way up. All the command will load. And again, just high ground CC at first. Gumiho does not want to mess around. He does not want to tempt fate and build a low ground CC in case Clem is doing something a little bit silly. Obviously, we can see that that is not really the case here. As the robot facility comes online, the blink coming through. And Clem won the first. Clem lost the first game playing TVT, won the second game playing PVT. In case you've just opened the stream, that is where we are at now in this game 3. As this medevac will start to move to the bottom left. As the medevac will go boosting, so 6 Marines inside, looking for some damage. We'll look to try and get something done. Clem in a third base already off of 2 gates this time. A little bit of a different approach is... Oh, Clem doesn't see the unload, so this is going to come as a bit of a surprise. Or did he? Actually, I think this panel may have let him see it, but then he didn't move toward it. Oh, I'm going to have to go check back on that when this game ends, because I feel as though he maybe actually saw the unload, unless maybe I just clipped that wrong. Well, 4 probes kind of just go down freely. No real contest from Clem. Marines load back up. They're going to sit there and just wait to come through once more. Stalker's still gathering. Banshee Marine and Cloak on the way in. A couple of depots coming through. The bunker building on the natural. Stalker's and the Observer heading to the top right-hand side. Cloak finishes up on the Banshee. Just going to see the bunker cancels. And Banshee tank and Marines on the way through. Rex and the Engineering Bay setting up. A little scan comes down as well. That left-hand side, that medevac is still waiting there. And again, there's only 2 gates of Clem initially, right? So it's not like he's really looking to do like tons and tons of damage or anything along those lines. Let's just see how Stalker's going to get pushed away. Medevac turns back around on the left as a Cyclone locking, and Stalker's taking hits. Banshee's on the other side. Going to get rid of a Stalker here. Clem does have a couple of observers, but losing the Stalkers already is kind of rough, especially as Gumiho is going to come pushing forward. Clem now is going to try and greet this in a forward place, but it's going to be tough. Oh, it's already, a good portion of the way across the map. Clem taking big hits on the Stalkers. Gumiho going to push into position. As we step up into the third base, Observer going to get scanned. Just going to be having the battery taken out. The Observer goes down. The Cyclone loads back up and pulls away again. Again, the Banshee staying up overhead, just trying to find annoying positions to hit on the third base of Clem, in a lot of trouble. I don't see how you fight this, because you're going to have to blink onto the siege tanks, but there's too many Marines just to focus the tanks and then get away with it. Stalkers take a lot of damage in the process. I don't even know if we're going to kill siege tank 2. We will, because Stalkers come in from the other side. It's just not going to be good enough as probes continue to melt. Marines are going to continue to come across. That's the +1 attack coming through, and Gumiho is going to take game number 3 just like that. A pretty simple attack to round us out on this series, as Gumiho will get the win over Clem. And that's going to throw this group into a little bit of turmoil that some people maybe wouldn't have expected. So Clem, with the loss, going to give Gumiho... So Clem goes to 2-1 off of that. And Gumiho will move to 2-0. So that actually is a pretty seriously kind of significant moment in this group. Definitely could decide a lot of what goes down a bit further down the line. As we'll get more games coming up for you guys. Our goal is just to keep these games rolling right here. We are in the second half of the show, which means that the live matches are played. These are the replays that played, matches that played at the same time. So we pretty much can just go bang, 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 game, game, game. And the order will be, we're going to do Harstem versus Gumiho, and then we're going to do all 3 of Shin series, which is going to be Shin Harstem, Shin Clem, and Shin Gumiho. So, see how these couple of Harstem matches go coming up right now. He's 1-1 in the group right here. Probably needs to win against at least one of these guys. If he doesn't win against, well, yeah, if he doesn't win against either of them, then he's out. So he definitely needs to get a win. Yeah, because if he loses to both, he'd be 1-3. Sometimes 1-3 gets through, but he would lose to Shin in the process, so then Shin would be 2-0. So yeah, Harstem must win one of the 2 series to have a shot at going through this group. So that's going to be what the setup is. That's the situation. Let's go jump into some more PvT then, because I guess we were kind of expecting that to be a TVT, and it was for a map, but turned into TVP, and now we're going to get even more TVP. As Harstem plays Gumiho. It's going to be our last TVP of the day, though. And like I say, from there, we're going to go into Shin versus Harstem. Shin versus Clem should be good. We've been really enjoying that series when it's happened lately. And the day is going to end on Shin versus Gumiho. Bottom left corner of the map, our blue Protoss player. This is Harstem. He is up against the red Terran in the top right corner of the map. We have Gumiho as we enter a fresh best of 3. Now, Harstem beat Gumiho yesterday in the qualifier. Gumiho ended up being invited because Harstem beat him in the qualifying match. It was very good for Harstem because if he hadn't have qualified, he may not have made the invite list because we already had quite a high Protoss count. So it wasn't really a guarantee that he was going to be in this. Whereas for Gumiho, we obviously, you know, we were down a few Terrans, so he did kind of need a Terran player. So for Gumiho, it was kind of fine, but well, we'll see how it goes on this one as we get this first game of the best of 3 on Amygdala underway. Map number 1 coming up. See what will happen here. Okay, coming up, Barracks is on the way through. Orbital command coming up as we just have ourselves a Cybercore building from Harstem. I didn't get to see the Harstem Gumiho games yesterday. He won that series while we were casting Spirit Shin, I believe it was. So I didn't get to see those games, so I don't really know much about what happened. I didn't actually get to catch up on them. Probe heads to the top side, Reaper from the factory coming through. Probe gonna get to the natural next couple of moments. Reaper and the Hellion just on the way up, so we are going to be seeing Gumiho with some aggressive options here initially. That Reaper Hellion force will get set. First Reaper already arriving across the map. Sorry, it's not the first one. The first one's over here dealing with an adept, but the second one will get into the mineral line and it will actually find a probe already, so Harstem will out of position. Gonna lose one probe, second probe taking a bit of a beating as well. Second probe takes some shots but will not go down. Adept will continue to chase, Hellion will be there. As you're gonna see, the Adept's gonna try and shade after the Reaper, which is low, but we're not gonna chase forever. And so the Reaper will get away and be able to regenerate. Hellion comes back across. Phoenix still building. Adepts are gathering. Gate about to finish. The Liberator in production. Barracks, orbital command. All of that coming through. Here's the Reaper Hellion trying to break into the natural right here. First lift up on a Hellion. Goes down immediately. We back away. A couple of probes going down. Stalker gonna shoot. We do see now, what, 3 probes, 4 probes going down here currently. The Stalker continues to chase. The Reaper goes down. The Hellion will fall. Oh my goodness, the Hellion took another shot. That's going to be 6 workers going down as Harstem has a nightmare against the Reaper Hellion force. You're not going to see the end of it right there, but 7 dead probes. Great damage done. Harstem playing the Phoenix does not have a ton of counter-attacking potential in terms of applying pressure. You know, when Gumiho did this against Mana earlier, he attacked, got into the natural, lost his units, but Mana had units to get across the map and really fight back. The most Harstem can really do here is kill one or two SCVs with the Phoenix lifts. There's not like a straight up kind of scary army that's coming this way. But Phoenix gonna come back over. Robo facility still coming through on the side of Harstem as well. Fire one coming into play. Just gonna be seeing if Phoenix gonna get there, and that Liberator will take a few more shots. Stalker also going to come across there, and that will be cleaned up. But 4 more probes going down, and I do fear that Harstem is maybe taking a little bit too much damage at the moment. That's a lot of damage taken early in this game. 11, 12 probes going down. Yeah, the Liberator died, some of the Reaper Hellion died, but I mean, you also lost 2 Adepts in the process. They're better fighting units than some of these other units that we've seen for this stage of the game at least. Yo, Valis, thank you so much for the 5-month resub on the Prime. Thanks, Wardy. No, thank you so much. Appreciate you supporting the tournaments and our games that we have going on. Thank you. Just gonna grab the SCV, Stimpack, Combat Shield, and +1 all on the way up. The additional Marines are building, the Medevac coming by. Robo Bay is halfway done currently from Harstem, so we get that going. Another Phoenix gonna fly out as well. Cyclones gonna start stepping up. We're just gonna see a little lock on to the Phoenix right there. The Robo Bay still coming through. The Observer producing +1 in Combat Shield coming up as well. Now these Marines and the Medevac can actually loop all the way around the bottom. The rest of the Protoss force actually missed this, so unfortunately for Harstem, Gumiho is going to be potentially set up to deal even more damage. I mean, Harstem is not in a place to take damage after so many worker losses. But yeah, these Marines are going to go unsighted, and that's super dangerous, because if you just feel like you've cleaned out this area of the map, the positioning of your units in the near future is not going to be kind of ready to deal with then units on the map from this direction. So big potential there for Gumiho, as I think he's seen this Observer as well. Looks as though he was kind of pulling across to catch it, but I don't know if he didn't have a scan. He didn't have a scan, so didn't have a scan. Looks like he is still aware that it's there. There's the scan, there's the Cyclone chasing, and that Observer will die. Hey Mana, thank you so much as well for the Prime sub for 20 months. Thank you so much. As our SCVs go down, Phoenix are able to get across and toward the main. The Medevac loads up on the bottom side, boosting towards the main base as well. Well, like I say, you're not really expecting this right now as Harstem, and the units out on the front of the third. You have nothing really in the main. You're going to drop a recall, is what it's going to be. And what do we recall? We recall the Phoenix. Now, is that enough Phoenix to deal with these Marines? We're going to need some units warped in as well, so this is going to take even longer to handle. There are the Phoenix lifting up. The Marines get busied with Zealot Stalker. We will target fire down a Phoenix here if we want to. We get one. We can absolutely have a second one. Gumiho. He's busy. He's hunting down in the natural. Already chasing through with another army. And I think Harstem was honestly lucky that Gumiho didn't quite turn the right attention at the right time in the right places there. I think he could have had even more. More Biocycling coming up the left. Can extend thermal lance about to finish. Battery and sorry, not battery. Fleet beacon on the way. It looks like a battery. The big battery. The fleet beacon coming through in the second Stargate. So that's going to be Harstem just going to try and say, okay, this is not going great for me. Let's try and just slow this game down and see if I can just live into some kind of later game tech. I don't really hate that choice from him. I think it's a reasonable kind of direction to go in, considering the current situation of things. Yeah, I don't really hate that as our bio units come back around. And they're just going to head away. I mean, yeah, if Harstem can get away with going to the fleet beacon and the later kind of techie Stargate units, I think there's a lot of value you can actually find out of that, right? So Gonna knock down this set of rocks. We'll open up these on the gold base option now, at least for Gumiho, although not sure if you're gonna rush to take it. He does have map control. And TVP is a very scary matchup to take that gold base in because both players can really have different moments in the game where they're pushing and applying pressure. The one thing I do like about that gold base for the Terran is that Zealot run-bys, for example, are not going to reach it as easily. I actually think it's way easier for Zealot run-bys to hit this base than it is to hit this base. So it's much safer from the Zealots, which are usually the kind of tech choice to kind of, or the choice to kind of go and attack things and harass things, but do you really do that on this map? I mean, you could obviously maybe do something different, but I guess then it's going to force tech units to do it, so maybe you like that as Gumiho makes a dive, decides he can fight these 3 Colossus. One goes down, the other 2 will not. +1 air weapons building on the Cyber Core. Going to pull back to the middle of the map here. Those rocks are still very much so up and alive on the side of Harstem, so no expanding going on in the gold base for him just yet. Fire dives over to the left, just going to be jumping straight through. Probe's going to take a whole bunch of damage. There's a couple of units coming through the medevacs. And Bayun's going to escape up to the top left-hand side. And Marines and Marauders going to hit their way through the rocks. The rest of the bio coming back over. 15 probes going down. I think Gumiho has just been able to... He's had a good start. He's continued to find good fights from there, which is obviously very important. Continue to see those now. And yo, by the way, Brock Daddy 69, thank you so much for the subscription, mate. Appreciate it. Thank you for subscribing to the stream. Stay supporting the content and the tournaments. Another PTR event this week. Next week, we're going to start up our WardiTV November event. A little bit of a larger tournament. Plays out over a couple of weeks. Bit more prize money on the line. We will run that on the PTR as long as the PTR is still up. I think we're at the point where we just accept that everything's going to play on PTR now, so... The Disruptor shot is good on the Marines and the Marauders. A couple of Phoenix going to try and come back through. Get it back and forth. A bunch of those interceptors going down as well. We're going to get up this ramp. Harstem did get to a decent carrier count, but obviously we have seen Gumiho able to build up a lot of Vikings. Can we knock through these carriers? It seems like yes is the answer, because the carriers are dropping. The Marauders on the ground are doing very well. One Disruptor there will get targeted down before it becomes a factor as well. The interceptor count is dropping as well as the Marines get to focus on those interceptors with nothing else nearby. And Harstem will be typing GG to get out of this one. Gumiho takes the 1-0 lead in this best of 3 on Amygdala. So Harstem is going to have to drop out, and Gumiho on a good little streak right here. Yeah, actually, Gumiho is setting up to be 3-0, right, if he wins this match. 3-0 on the verge of first place. Shin left to play after for him. Alright, could be kind of interesting to see how that pans out as we'll throw some invites down. Get this next game started in just a second, guys. Thank you for your patience between games, although we are going pretty quickly between games, so the games are coming. Wait for everyone to join the lobby, takes a moment or two. Yeah, thank you for supporting today, guys. Apparently that sub pushes us back up to 1,000. The fight for 1,000 subs is real. We get up to 1,000, we drop a couple, we get start the new stream, the new day. We get up to 1,000 again by the end of it, apparently. Appreciate it, guys. Thank you for allowing us to, again, keep on doing this. Keep on bringing you guys a whole bunch of content. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Alright, we got everybody. Perfect. Let's head into our second game of Harstem and Gumiho. Huge milestone. Hell yeah. 1K out of 1K. I'm not going to put the number up. We're going to fight to stay at 1,000. That's the... that is genuinely the goal. If we could fight to stay at 1,000, that's amazing. So, we'll try. On your own, thank you so much for the 19-month resub. Keep the tournaments coming. You got it. Yeah, we already have quite a lot planned. November's pretty much just filled up on my schedule. Not all of it's announced, but we have a lot of stuff planned, so it should be a pretty fun month. We will have the WardiTV November event. We'll continue to do the Elima League replay broadcasts as well. We have a 2v2 tournament to fit in somewhere during this month as well. It's going to be fun. El Dorado going to be fun as well, as Harstem is in the bottom right-hand side. Gumiho is in the bottom left. Just a reminder that also Group B of this tournament plays out on Saturday. You can watch Spirit, Rogue, Bjorn, and Goblin, and another Protoss player, or Zerg, that I find at some point battling against each other on Saturday. And then Sunday will be our playoffs as we wrap this tournament up this week. And like I say, we'll have another November tournament happening, most likely starting up next week, there or thereabouts. Game number 2 of this matchup, as we have a couple moments to see where things are going to start going to. Cybercore drops down. El Dorado has again been one of my favorite maps. But just take a moment to say, obviously, if you are enjoying the tournaments, again, these events are supported by you guys supporting the channel. So again, do check your ability to Prime subscribe. Do consider donating, cheering, and so on. If you're on the YouTube, there's the membership system, which has been updated recently as well. You can check that out if you click join next to the subscribe button. Obviously, as always, the free stuff helps a lot as well. Following on Twitch, liking and subscribing on YouTube. I just want to take a moment as well to mention, of course, though, the Patreon page. Anything that gets pledged on Patreon goes directly into our tournament prize pool. So patreon.com/WardiTV. If you want to support our tournament prize pools directly, Patreon is one of the best ways to do so. And like I say, everything that gets pledged on Patreon goes directly into these tournaments. So 100% worthwhile if you're enjoying seeing this. Do check it out. Adept's gonna go. Shade about a little bit. Starport coming through. Refinery on the way. Getting settled here as the couple of Hellions will start up. And Marine's gonna start moving out on the map. Just gonna get through into the center. As the Warp Gate comes in, Stargate and the Nexus continue through. A couple more probes coming in. Orbital Command finishing as well. Marines come over to that right-hand side. I think I'm the SC tier caster with the most casted games. I mean, yeah, I think so. At least in terms of an English caster, I would say yes. Must be Roddy. But Roddy didn't cast, like, okay, hold that thought. Marines and Hellions are going to be here to hit some of these probes. So we're going to go for the Sentry with that Guardian Shield up. Guardian Shield makes these things so tanky. 2 Hellions are still alive, though, and that's an issue as 2 probes go down. Make that 3. Gonna find 4, 5, probably 6 easily. We're actually gonna go in the main base, which is great because there's nothing nearby to really clean these Hellions up, so they're gonna start getting damage done. Gumiho is gonna get so much damage done. 7 workers killed, 9 workers killed, 8. Oh, apparently you don't go from 9 to 8, we go to 10. I don't know why I got to 8 there. Yeah. Oh, that's devastating damage early in this game, as Harstem is going to be in a ton of trouble. Medevac and mines coming across the map now from Gumiho as well. As that Medevac continues over to the right-hand side here. A few more probes coming up. Phoenix on the way. Additional barracks coming through. As you see, the Widow mines just unloading. Oh no! Harstem feels the pain of Gumiho in this game as the final Widow Mine shot is devastating. That is a GG moment. Gumiho takes the series 2-0. Brutal. Absolutely brutal. Make a note of that one. We might make that a YouTube short. Harstem getting bullied by a Terran player. Love it. GG's. Yeah, so just to run back a little bit here. First of all, Man in the Moon coming in with the 3 gifted subs going out to Repentance SE2, Dr. Scraggy, and Osa Eris 0. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Go back to the question. Do I think I'm the cast with the most casted games? I think out of English casters, absolutely. I don't know if there's like a non-English caster that like really just casts everything. You mentioned Roddy, but like Roddy didn't cast any really like Roddy didn't cast on his own stream for years and years and years, you know. So I have like, I would say I had like Roddy started casting his own stream like frequently, maybe like 2022. You know, like quite deep into it all, like only two years ago or so. And even then, he would do the Monday night cups and maybe his own thing now and then. But yeah, so I would say that I think yes, but I don't really know. I mean, it's hard to actually say that. Crank maybe. Same thing though. Like Crank doesn't cast like everything anymore. Like Crank casts a little bit here and a little bit there. Like, Crank used to cast a lot more, but even then, Crank didn't always cast. That's the thing, like, you're going back so many years, and it's like, you go back to people who have always casted. Like, I've always casted. That's always been my thing. When I streamed, I always casted, right? So I've been casting full-time StarCraft 2 for, like, 10 years now. ChatGPT says Tears has casted the most games. But like, we cast as okay. How about put this in perspective? We're gonna cast more games today. We're gonna cast essentially 2 days of GSL in 1 day here. I mean, GSL did used to be more frequently as well, but like, I don't know. I find it very difficult to believe. I find it very difficult to believe anyone would. I don't know. I mean, maybe I'm really miscalculating this, but in my head, it really isn't close, I don't think. But, yeah, maybe I'm wrong. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really make much difference. Just, yeah, I think in my head, it's, yeah. Let's wait for the trophy of the Home Story Cup for the most casted games ever. Isn't that what I have? Isn't that trophy right up there? That's what that was for. The most casted games of StarCraft. Yo, Andy Figueroa, thank you so much for the 1,000 bits. And MF Satsum on the 100 bits as well. Thank you so much for some bits, guys. Appreciate it. I'm just going to give it a minute here, guys. I forgot to start the ads when we came out of game, so we'll just give it a moment. And give a minute or so of ads to play before we jump in. I mean, we also used to... Okay. We also used to do, like, 17-hour streams, you know? Kind of, you know, we used to do like even more than we did now. I casted, you know, 20, 30, 40 games a day before people even watched me as well. Like, we used to stream like 17 hours. I would say there was definitely periods where we do like 12 to 16 hour streams multiple times a week. Just pure casting. We just do... Usually it would be like, we'd do one event at like the typical Korean time, then an event in the European evening, then maybe an American event or so, or maybe like an earlier starting Korean event, then a normal Korean event, then a European event. We did that a lot back in the day. We just used to cast absolutely anything and everything that we could. And put it this way. Okay, what if we do it like this? Say I have 13 million hours streamed on Twitch, right? No, that's not true. That's not hours streamed. 30 million hours streamed. No, 30 million hours watched. So if I figure that out minus my average viewership... Hang on. I'm going to do some math while we wait for the ads to play. I actually do wonder sometimes how many games I've actually casted, but I don't know if there's ever a good way to figure that out. What I'm going to try and do is I'm going to try and figure out my time stream from, like, the start of 2020. It has to be Wardy if you count base trade TV. But I wasn't even... It's not like I even really casted on base trade TV originally, though. I only cast on BaseTrade TV as like a special guest sometimes. BaseTrade TV probably casted a crap ton of games back then. Okay. In 2020 to 2024, not including this year because it doesn't work that far back, but I streamed 5,883 hours. Okay? What if we... How long is a game of StarCraft 2? Say the average same as StarCraft's like 10 minutes? Plus a few minutes between games. So let's say on average we do 4 games an hour. I think that's pretty fair. You know, 4 games an hour, 2-2-0 best of 3s, or like a decent best of 5. I think that's pretty average. So if we did 4 games an hour on stream during that time, obviously some of it's on StarCraft, but between 2020 and 2024 we casted like 23,000 games of StarCraft. Like, and that's just from 2020. I think I did more than that. I mean, I streamed a lot in 2020. Probably cast like 50,000 games of StarCraft. I think that's a pretty fair guesstimate. I actually think that's probably a fair guesstimate, like 50,000 games of StarCraft. I wonder what I wonder what else I could. You know what? I could maybe also try and see how many replays I have across all of my StarCraft 2 folders over all my computers. That sounds a bit high. I mean, maybe it is. Maybe I've not done the math right there somewhere. But I mean, for example, say take today, right? Today we're gonna cast 10 best of 3s. That's at least 20 maps, right? That's 20 maps. Say on average, like 5 of those games go to a third game, so that's like 25 maps today, right? Now, if I did that every day for the next 3 years, that would already be 25,000 games. So when you consider I've been doing this for like 10 years, I actually don't think that those numbers sound too crazy, no? You think 3 games an hour is a safer estimate? Yeah, I mean, maybe. But you also have a lot of games, like, for all the games that you have that go longer, you also have a lot of games that are just like 5-6 minutes as well, right? Obviously, it's impossible to guess. That is kind of fascinating to figure out, though, isn't it? Let's just count now as a reference, yeah. Alright, you guys start counting now. Let's come back in like 10 years, and then we'll just double it. For the 10 years we didn't count for, okay? Should average out, give or take. Harstem versus Shin here, guys. Sorry, getting carried away with this conversation as this PVZ gets started up. I could use the file size for the replays to estimate game time. I just think file size is weird in StarCraft 2 though, because sometimes more casters and more observers increases file size, and different matchups have higher file sizes than mirror matchups, and Zerg matchups are bigger as well. Foreign tournament restreams, there's a lot more downtime between games. Yeah, no, well, yeah, 100%, that's true as well. No, you're not wrong. You know, like stuff like WTL has some more downtime a lot of the time. Okay, how about this? Then, what if we add in all the time I've streamed on ESL channels and BaseTrade TV channels and casted events in person? Aha. You don't need to know. Well, no, I know we don't need to know. I just think it's actually kind of a fun guesstimate. I think 50,000 games all time is not a terrible guesstimate. I also have like 4,500 YouTube videos, which are all usually at least a best of 3. So that's like 10,000 maps of StarCraft 2 on YouTube alone. And I only upload like once a day on YouTube nowadays, you know? Like there's so many ways to look at this. How about we add up all the times you've gotten your meal late waiting for you to finish games? Helen's the real MVP. I tell Helen I'll be in, 1 hour, we've only got a best of 3 left. The players then proceed to play a 45-minute game number 1. Downtime before game 2. They draw game 2. Helen's literally sat there ready to murder. Who Goku or whoever decided to not win the game 2-0 and instead let it go to game 3. That's some real MVP action right there. Game's starting off pretty regularly, guys. An Oracle coming about. Harstem's doing this a lot. The one Oracle into the Twilight Council. This really is his style at the moment on the PTR. Just one Oracle Twilight aggression. He loves the glaives as well. He used this a lot yesterday against Shin. Extra drones coming about. A couple of queens coming through. The Oracle is going to come about here, and it's going to be sending it up the left-hand side of the map. A few lings are going to come across, and a couple of those adepts are going to get jumped on. A couple of probes will begin to go down. 2 probes, 3 probes. Nice to get in. That's the problem with only one Oracle. Oh, Blink is a very interesting follow-up. That's the problem with only one Oracle, is that you don't have another Oracle at home if that one Oracle moves out, and so those lings running by can be a little frustrating. And now that Oracle has to stay at home, which gives Shin so much more freedom and safety in the game as well. Do I ever dream about StarCraft? No, I actually don't think I do. I don't think I've ever dreamed about like a game of StarCraft 2. When you fight in a dream, your punches don't land. In my StarCraft dreams, my defense never holds. I can imagine a real nightmare, something like, can you imagine like your static defense just misses? It's like, can you imagine a Zerg's flank wall just like, it goes to poke the enemy, but it just misses, it just pokes the ground instead? Or your Marines in the bunker fire the wrong way, or the cannon just just swerves around the enemy as well. It's like, no! I can't hold the all in, my static defense can't aim right. Look coming up, Robo Facility coming through. It's going to be seeing the extra lings and a couple of Ravages coming online. I mean, Shin has been very aggressively building units. I think he's preparing for the expectation that Harstem's going to play glaives. But this is actually going to be Blink. Now, it's not a bad thing that Shin's going to have units against the Blink Stalkers, but I do think he'd rather be making units off of 60+ works instead of 55. To me, this feels like he wants to overwhelm the glaive attack and then counter. Instead, he's going to have to overwhelm the Stalkers, which might just work anyway. Harstem blinked forward here. Now he's going to get caught. He does not have Stasis Wards set up. He's going to hide in the corner. Probably just going to have to recall if he's got it. I mean, this is looking pretty miserable for him. Oh, yeah. That's a lot of Stalkers lost. He's going to be in another corner here, and the Lings are still chasing. I guess it works either way for Shin, where the idea is basically just, hey, look, I'm just going to make units and just crush your attack and then counterattack. Like I said, I think this works best if it's adepts, because I think the Stalkers have more potential to work their way out of trouble here. But Harstem wasn't expecting it anyways, and as such, he's going to end up in a rough spot. If all those Stalkers actually realize what's going on and they just go home and Shin tries to attack, I don't know if this attack goes super well for Shin, honestly. Things, Roaches, Ravages still regather. We are going to see the Oracle of Harstem back out into the middle of the map. This definitely wasn't worth it for Harstem. All those Stalkers going down is never going to be worthwhile. Stalkers are not the kind of unit you want to, rebuild en masse. They're super expensive. If you're building more Stalkers, you want to be adding to a Stalker mass because of how powerful they can be when they're joined up in good numbers. Queen's going to start dropping out of Drop Lords. Force fields go down. Obviously, Ravages can break those force fields. Let's see if we push in here, as Shin is going to be up against some static defense. Battery out of energy already. The cannon doing what it can. The Stalker's having to pull back. Immortal sitting there as well. Oracle still activating. A few more Lings chasing as well. The Oracle dies. The third base is in a ton of trouble. Corrosive Bars are going to fill up the skies. And it does look as though Shin, I mean, he's not done this yet, right? I mean, he's still rebuilding more units. And look at the supply. Harstem still has an economy in his favor. Stalker Immortal starting to push back from the top side. Queen's Roaches, Ravages taking some damage. I actually think this is honestly a pretty good defense for Harstem. And it really goes to show, how bad this would have been for Shin if Harstem just didn't put the Stalkers in such a bad position with no way out. Because if Shin attacked into this and those Stalkers were at home, this would have never worked. This is purely on the back of those Stalkers all dying. Now Harstem, I think, starting to lose maybe a bit too much. Third Nexus is going to be going down as well. And that Nexus will fall. And we can turn back onto these units. He's going to get a couple of the Immortals. That's amazing to catch. No Prism nearby as well. We're going to get every single Immortal. Okay, that's really good to get rid of some of the tech units. Kills his own Overlord. to assert dominance as well. Sling Roach Ravager going to turn back around. A couple of Zealots getting picked away at Sentry Stalkers and an Archon coming through also. Roaches and Queens in production, plus 2 attack building on the Forge. That Overlord goes down in the center, and a couple other units still fighting away as we actually go blinking forward against those Roaches. And Shin comes out of this 131 to 90 supply. As Harstem does turn that away. I mean, here's the issue. You can't rebuild a base because there's a single creep tumor here. The Nexus is down. You lost a lot of probes. So right now, 61 probes over 54 is nice, but you can't mine properly with most of them. Even the main base is mining out, so you're oversaturated there. And Shin is just going to go rebuild and go again. He already did pretty well knocking down a lot of tech units, so there's less tech units available to play defense this time around. And the Shin attacks in here, I don't think Harstem's going to last too long. I do not see this being the miraculous defense we saw last time. We're going to jump on the first Immortal straight away. The Archons are good, but they're just not good enough. They're not supported by enough either. Another Immortal in the back. The Archons melt. Harstem says GG, and Shin will take the first game of this best of 3 here in the group stages, as Shin looking to chase down Gumiho and Clem, who are both already on 2 wins. Shin currently just 1-0 in this group. Shin looking to chase him down with a win. Chase them down with a win over Harstem before he actually takes on those guys himself. Good attack by Shin. I honestly, like I say, I just don't think Harstem would be in a bad position at all if he just saw what was coming. Like, if he just knew, he would have never gone for that hatchery in the way that he did. But I mean, that's the beauty of actually scouting, and that's the beauty of StarCraft 2, right? It's never just so simple as well. If he just knew, like, yeah, if I could bring Harstem up mid-game and be like, hey, bro, you probably don't want to attack into this, it's probably a much easier defense. He just was not able to make the connections there. He was not able to figure it out. Alright, everyone's here. Let's just give me 30 seconds because I ran ads at a bad time again. I keep forgetting to press the ad button when we come out of game. I'm so smart. Just so clever sometimes. I will go in and give it a couple moments. Didn't want to go like immediately and just want to press the ad button. I want to give it a couple of moments to breathe at the very least. Yo, Creator Moon, thank you so much for the 54-month resub. Go new patch. Go new patch. Hey, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the 54. As we have in the bottom right-hand corner of El Dorado, the Blue Zerg player who is up a game, looking to make this a 3-way competition between himself, Clem, and Gumiho towards the end of the day here. It's Shin in the bottom right corner of the map. In the bottom left corner, the red Protoss player is Harstem. Kick off into game 2 of this best of 3. Getting the simulator coming through, probe in production. Beautiful PvZ opener because nothing happens early game PvZ wise. You still need something in return if you take away battery overcharge. Honestly, like, battery overcharge being gone is very good, but I don't think anyone disagrees with that. But like, Protoss have honestly been looking kind of fine just with the energy overcharge. I don't know if I'm just crazy. I actually really should ask some of the Protoss players what they feel about battery overcharge being gone right now, because I actually don't feel like it's been too bad. I really don't think it's been too bad. Like, I feel like there's very few games where I'm like, oh man, well, he's just dead because he's got no battery overcharge. Like, there's no chance, and he should have had a fair chance in this game. Like, I feel like, you know, in the last game, like, yeah, battery overcharge probably saves Harstem, but, like, he deserved to die. Like, he lost, like, 10 stalkers for nothing, you know? Yeah, I'm just going to ask some of the pros guys how they're feeling about the lack of battery overcharge, if they feel like they need something extra or so. To me, it's one of the kind of the weirdest things about this patch, and when I've been casting it, is like I just don't feel like we've missed it. Like I don't feel like it's been like, man, Protoss are just like how are they meant to play the game? Which, like, if you told me beforehand they were going to get rid of battery overcharge, I'd be like, well, how the hell are Protoss going to play the game? But like that's just not been the case. Protoss have actually been extremely successful in this PTR. I feel like we've consistently had Protoss players doing well in our tournaments at least. And yeah, Clem still wins. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing, because I think we can all appreciate that Clem is probably at the very highest tier of level of competition right now. And it's not like Clem's been perfect, he's been losing games as well. This is live from replay. This is what we like to cast called the live replay. Now, this was played a little bit earlier today. I know Harstem actually streamed these games, so it's not kind of a live replay. And what I usually mean, but yeah. These games were played basically at the same time as the other matches were going on. So instead of keeping the players here for the full 5 hours, the players are done in 2 to 3 hours, and then we still get to cast 10 best of 3s. So it's a great way for us to have 5 to 6 hours of content, while the players only stick around for 2 to 3 hours. One of our priorities in our tournaments is almost always to respect the players' time, and to make our tournaments as lucrative as possible in terms of time spent versus, you know, all that kind of stuff. So we pretty much always try to make it so that the players can spend as little time as possible playing while we get the most out of it, you know? Fire counts on a couple of gates continue to come up for the moment. Gets up to the top. Twilight counts coming through. A couple of additional gates coming online. Queens and Overlords coming across. The Adepts are going to come shading forwards. The Lings, though, hello. Going to wrap around those Adepts immediately. 1-2 going down. What a nice catch that was from Shin. Now, he does, you know, lose some Lings in the process there. That wasn't a completely free trade, as that Adept shades back over to the left. So yeah, that wasn't a completely free trade, but definitely went in a decent direction. We are going to be seeing Lings and Roach Roaring coming up as well. Blink still coming through. Probes in production. A couple more Stalkers being warped in from Harstem. Obviously, Shin has this gold base. I don't know if I've seen him take this base on the map before. I've seen him play through the bottom of the map a couple of times, but I don't know if I've actually seen him expand like this. Maybe I'm not remembering well. But yeah, going to get this gold up. Puts a bit of pressure on Harstem to be kind of active and do something about it, right? A Zerg with a gold base, lovely. They love that. If you get away with it, then brilliant. But what will Harstem try and do to stop that? Punish it, force some workers to move away from it a few times over. You see how Stalkers is going to get picked there. Obviously, ideally, Harstem can kind of push over here, pressure the natural, but also have the chance to put a couple Stalkers behind this gold mineral line. That would probably be the ideal scenario. A couple Stalkers hold positioning, hit the workers. He is playing, by the way, again, same sort of idea. 1 Oracle into the Blink Stalkers, 4 gates in total. We'll have a third, we'll get the Forge behind it, but obviously would love to put some pressure on with these Stalkers. Some more Ravagers going to warp in. The Oracle comes back into the middle of the map. Ling's producing, Evolution Chamber on the way up. That Roach speed building on the Roach Roaring as well. So we are going to have ourselves the Oracle. Still chilling in the center, overhead on the Watchtower. Ravager moves around. Hallucination going to come across and take a couple of hits. That Hallucination will go down. Again, the full base setup here from Shin looking pretty solid. I mean, maybe Harstem doesn't mind. Harstem is a player who a lot of the time does like just getting to the next stage of the game. And maybe he just sees this as a chance to play into those later stages, and so he's like, yeah, okay, you know what, this is cool. This is all fine and dandy for me right away. Couple gates going down. See our lanes running out into the middle. Meeting those stalkers, turning them away. Roach Ravage going to chase as well. The Oracle overhead trying to activate. Throws with bars to chase the Oracle back though. Plus one attack and charge. Continue to build. We will see Ling Roach Ravager and down into the center here as we just sit behind the gold. Trying to get towards the queen, so the Oracle will get pushed back. It was getting a lot of freebies. Would have been much worse if it was triple Oracle, but like I say, Harstem has been really loving the one Oracle styles. So interesting because, like, watching people like Harstem is maybe kind of, you know, believe that one Oracle was kind of the way on this patch, but then talking to Lambo, and Lambo's like, oh yeah, no, you have to play triple Oracle more than ever before, because without super batteries, you need that extra Oracle defense, you know? I was like, God, so... Yeah, isn't that the fun of StarCraft 2 as well, right? Where, you know, the amazing part is that, you know, not everyone really plays the same. You know, everyone has their own different ways of playing and things they like differently, and different people see things in different ways. You know, obviously this is a patch that, you know, inclined towards mixing things up, but so many people just take different things away from each of these patches and each of these changes. I'm just going to get rid of that Oracle in the sky very quickly. Going to knock down a gateway as we go. Pylons, cannons dropping as well. We continue to chase up this ramp. A couple of Zealots are going to be there. The Lings pull back once more. And just trying to get towards the High Templar. Not quite going to be able to make it though. We pull back into the middle of the map. Workers on now 2 gold bases. This is the problem for Harstem. If he can't get control on that bottom side at all, Shin's going to run away with the gold bases in this game. 2 gold bases is obviously a pretty disgusting amount to have. And it is definitely becoming an issue at the moment. Zealots turn back around. A couple of Lings are going to get jumped on. Zealots continue to move across as we do have the Hydras and the Roaches going to get there, picking those up. Zealot is going to be there as well. Trying to put a Hatcher on the other side. That gold not quite going to happen. Would love to take the gas on it and just maybe have some more consistency. Going to the top side of the map anyways, just presence and reinforcements and a macro hatch in general would not be a bad thing. 7 Lurkers are morphing. We are going to be seeing the seismic spines on the way up. That's why this map's fascinating. Because this looks completely broken. I'm absolutely convinced there is a way to play around this, that you can't just do this all the time as the Zerg. Because the map is so interesting and can play in so many different ways. This map is going to have like a meta of its own, and it's going to have a meta that shifts over time that it's in the map pool as well. Golden Wall was the exact same. Golden Wall started out being used in a very traditional manner. Then people started to figure out ways to play around the bottom of the map. Then people figured out ways to really abuse the bottom of the map. And then people decided to go back to playing the top of the map. And then it really kind of had that little cycle that continued to ping pong between. I think this map has a very similar kind of lifespan in store for it, as we are going to get through here. Gold doesn't go down, it's not mining right now. I think Harstem wants to try and maybe have access to a retreat path. He is dying on the other side, by the way. His units are going to push in toward his natural. He needs to kind of do something about it. Maybe he just retreats and deals with this. But that's a shame, because I don't know if he's done enough against a Zerg who has been so eco-focused. And we are going to play cleanup. Those Lurkers will eventually here go down. However, we've come from the other side. Storm's dropping. Harstem trying to push this back out the other direction. Shin, 36 Lings and 10 additional Hydras on the way up. A few more Lurkers coming through. Golden Wall didn't have the extra gold base in the bottom. No, I don't think it did. I'm trying to think. No, I'm pretty sure it was just a normal blue base. You had like a base here and then another blue base here or something. And then obviously the gold was up here still. As Harstem is, I think, in the process of dying, unfortunately, in this series. It does set us up into a 3-way race, though, for the top of this group. With the Storm comes down, some Hydraling getting hit. You're just going to be seeing, yeah, too much Hydra Lurker coming through. Those tech units are not going to stand the test of time anymore. We float on forwards. Harstem will say GG to give Shin the 2-0. It's going to knock Harstem out of the tournament, but actually it was very fun to see him play today. It was actually very fun to see him play yesterday as well. He qualified into this, guys. This was not like, oh, we all love Harstem, let's invite him for some fun and giggles. He qualified in. Like, he played very well yesterday. He beat Gumiho, he took a map off Shin. It was actually a very fun, day following Harstem yesterday. Unfortunately, he will not make it happen today, but, yeah, genuinely very fun to have him along for the ride, and I'm glad he qualified in. Like I said, I don't know if I would have invited him if I had to pick between him and some of the other Protoss players. I love Harstem as well, but he would have just joined me to cast if he didn't play anyway, right? So, yeah. At least Harstem won a series. You feel bad for Mana. Mana won some good maps, though. I mean, Mana won some good maps. Brutal day, obviously, still, but... Yay. Did too much Warcraft today, so he's tired. Rookie mistake. Alright, Whispers of Gold is coming up. I'll just give it another 30 seconds or so, guys. We'll kick this off. You love Harstem. He's your 9th favorite Protoss. He's also my 7th favorite Dutch player. Great guy. Always in the top 10. Always in the top 10. You just have to really find the statistic he's in the top 10 in, you know? Real talk, though. Definitely top 5. Kind of late game control out of Protoss players that begin with H in the year 2024. You know, like, that's not even a top 10, that's a top 5. This was a goal coming up. Let's jump into it as we get into game 1 of another best of 3. I didn't even tell you guys what's coming up. It's Clem versus Shin. So this is super interesting because actually Gumiho is undefeated, 3-0. But we're going to go Clem Shin first. So yeah, we're going to go Clem versus Shin. And then we're going to go Shin versus Gumiho. So Shin has the potential to go 4-0 with a win-win. Gumiho can go 4-0. Or we could end up on a 3-1 tie, which is not unlikely if Clem beats Shin and Shin beats Gumiho. That could be a 3-1 tiebreaker scenario as well. So there's actually a huge amount of potential for some fun at the end of this tournament. We're not going to go through the scenarios of match scores and map scores and what they mean just yet. We'll do that once we know the result of this series. Will be a little bit easier for us to figure out what means what and who does what and so on. So we do have a Terran versus Zerg in the bottom right. Not rolling the Protoss here. It is going to be Team Liquid's Clem, your world champion of StarCraft 2. In the top left, our red Zerg player. Give it up for Shin, your favorite body part named Zerg player. Shin is actually his real name as well. It's a very popular Korean name. But, we couldn't go around without making something of a joke, could we? Well, we could have, but we didn't, so it's too late now to go back. Thank you for joining us today, guys. Again, great to see so many of you. Reminder, we are here Saturday and Sunday with the conclusion of this event. Sunday will be the playoffs. Saturday before that will be Group B. Group B, I did get confirmation our final player will be Classic. He finally got back to me and said he will play. So that will be that. Beautiful. So Classic will be our final player there on that Group B on Saturday. That's a fun group. Classic, Rogue, Beyond, Spirit, and Goblin. Such a really sick group. Really, really looking forward to that. It's gonna be freaking fun. So yeah, look forward to the weekend. So Overlord is going to be chilling overhead. Reaper is going to be coming from Clem, heading toward the top left-hand side of the map as well. Trying to see a bit more of what's going on here for a couple of moments. Yeah, just trying to see a little bit of what's up. A couple of Reaper shots will come through. The Ling is going to get turned back to the other side. Ling speed coming up, a couple of Queens coming out. Again, extra drones on the way in as our command centers continue to build as well. So all of that continues into play for the moment. Pulls back over the other direction. As the Ling speed starts up, command center in the orbital on the way. Going to be triple CC from Clem, so just immediately I move towards an economic play. There's actually a really fun matchup because obviously we've seen Shin. I mean, Shin has been the online Zerg king lately, right? He's been the online Zerg to really beat. He's had some great results. He's had some fantastic games. He consistently finishes high in these events. He's been great on the PTR, very creative player on the PTR as well. So he's just been a great player to watch all around, and he has beaten Clem multiple times. And so, you know, you tell someone a month ago, hey, we're gonna watch Clem Shin today, and everyone's like, okay, yeah, right, and I'm gonna watch a Roach all in against Clem. Oh wow. But nowadays, like, Clem is really kind of like top tier online content because it isn't a guarantee either. Yes, Clem's the favorite, but Shin has shown he's had multiple different ways of winning. It's not been off of aggression all the time either. He's won some longer games against Clem too. So I actually think it's been really fun to watch Shin taking on Clem as of late. It's been a really fun matchup. A couple Queens coming across. The Reaper Hellion gets kept away. Couple Hellions and the Reaper coming through. Cloaking coming in. SCVs in production. Hellions come back around that right side. A couple Queens are going to be there to hit the Hellions in return. Drone coming up. A couple of barracks are on the way in. Cloak and Banshees producing as we go. Queen's going to come back to the other side. Hellions and the Reaper escape once more. 7 drones, 3 Overlords, all getting built. Just going to see that Cloak coming up on the Banshee, and Hellions and the Reaper come back over this side as well now. Everything regathering here for a couple of moments. So far, deflection on the Hellions is good, but the first Banshee and drone kill is going to get going right there, so a little bit of damage dealt. You see a couple of engineering bays on the way out as well from Clem, so upgrades will be starting. Shin going to prioritize that lair. The Bane and Nest obviously means Bane speed can start as the lair finishes. So just going to go lair over upgrades. That does give him a little bit more of a tech-focused opener here on Whispers of Gold in this Game 1. Second Banshee will show up. Again, 1 on upgrades and Stimpack. All on the way from Clem as we set into the left-hand side. Just going to start moving up. A couple of creep tumors will start to go down. Getting rid of a drone as well. Banshee is going to get rid of 1 queen. Now going to go after a 2nd queen, so damage being done. Smokepool going to move forward. Good transfusion, keeps that queen alive. Hellions are lurking for a way to try and, we're looking around, waiting for a way to get into this mineral line to open up. Doesn't happen, though. Good defense from Shin. The Banshee's going to the main base, where they're going to go after another couple of drones. 2, 3, 4 workers going down currently. Make it 5, make it 6, make it 7, because we can count. And now that said, I am running out of fingers, and I'm getting difficult to hold the mouse while holding 7 of my fingers up, so I hope we don't have to go further, but it looks as though we're good. 7 drones to the 2 SCVs. Crazy on how these Banshees just find a way to do so much damage, right? Like, how do they do so much all the time? It's bonkers to me as the Banelings morphing in here from Shin as well. They're going to rally over to that right side with the rest of the Lings and going to move ourselves into that Hydra Den and the Hydralisks. So Ling Bane Hydra, our composition. Clem on the map for the first time with some Marines. Going to have a couple Medivacs trailing behind as the first Overlord in the front here. Might be in some danger. Morphs that to an Overseer. There is Ling Bane to compete at the front. Clem obviously has target fire micro potential. Gets rid of one Bane lane, just lifts up into the Medivacs and Marines, pulling back over the right-hand side. Just unloading on that far right. Another push-up. There's a couple Crypt Teamers go down. One Crypt Teamer goes down immediately. Queen gets chased, that gets killed. Medivacs load up again. Still got the 1-1 upgrades and the Groove Spines on the way. Am I telling you my Banshees don't do that much damage? Well, no, because once I kill 5 drones, it's really hard to micro them while I hold up the 5 fingers. Because I like to count how many drones I've killed as well, you know? It's always been my downfall in StarCraft, having to play with like less hands because I'm trying to count all this. Suffering from success. I kill so many workers, don't have hands left to play with. It's really tough, man. All right, Bane's gonna get crushed here a little bit. Clem just gets straight into a great position here on Whispers of Gold. I feel like this is one of those games where a bit of Hellion Banshee damage leaks into a great position. Banes are dying way too quickly right now. They're not doing anything. Clem doesn't even have to target fire. They just go down as they approach the front, and Clem is gonna smash through the top right base. My goodness. What an absolutely dominant game from Clem. This was off server for him as well. I think Clem actually rolled a couple bad dice today, and he ended up playing West a lot for game 1. And that is a brutal, brutal opening game for Shin, as Clem takes a 1-0 lead without breaking a sweat. That's always rough for the Zerg player, right? Because you're always like, as the Zerg in this scenario, like, oh, at least, like, it would have been nice to, like, wear Clem down a little bit, maybe, or, you know, get some sort of hope and progress against him during the first game, and even if we lose, and this is almost just too easy. Yeah, just straight up impressive with just how much, how he can come with, and you just get a few drones, and sometimes Clem breaks into those scenarios as well, right? What's the match history like between these two guys the last few times they played each other? Your best website for that is Aligulac. Or Wikipedia have something here as well that you can do. But if you go to Aligulac and go to results, then you can search Clem, you can search Shin. And I reckon in the last 5 times they met, it's probably close. The last 5 times they met, it's actually 3-2 in favor of Shin. So most recently, Clem beat Shin in 3-0. Then Shin beat Clem 2-1, 2-0. Clem beat Shin 2-1. Shin won the 2 times before that 2-0. And then it's actually funny. That's in the last month, those last 5 matches in the last month and a half. And then the last time they played before that was in February for Katowice. Shin won there as well. So, yeah, Shin's always been a little bit of a thorn in the side of Clem, but more recently than not, he's actually been even more of a thorn. It's actually kind of wild. Any good Protoss streamer recommendations? Showtime, great streamer when he's live. Harstem, funny guy. If you're looking for Protoss, it depends what you're looking for. Protoss or just funny guy playing StarCraft 2. Harstem plays Protoss officially, but I mean, you know, give or take some on how good it is. Yeah, you can't go wrong with Harstem. Yeah, I mean, which other Protoss players even really stream Tricker streams sometimes? I don't know how consistently though. And yes, guys, I just have to bully Harstem a bit while he's not here because you guys know the moment he's here, I'm the one getting bullied. So I'll just take my time in my moments, you know. I will capitalize on my moments. Clem in the bottom left, Shin in the top right, hoping for ley lines to be a bit of a better battlefield for these two. As after Whispers of Gold goes Clem's way a little bit too quickly for my liking. Again, we've got Clem versus Shin here. After that, we're going to go into Shin versus Gumiho. So if Clem beats Shin, Gumiho has the chance to go 4-0 against Shin and knock Shin down to 2-2. Clem would be 3-1. Shin would be 2-1. Gumiho 3-0. Like I said, definitely potential for a 3-way tiebreaker. Clem dropped a map to Mana, but so did Shin. Gumiho did not. I wonder if Gumiho's in the best position, map score-wise, to take first place, because it might come down to map score tiebreaker. If I had to predict series right now, just picking favorites, I'd say Clem beats Shin, and I would say Shin beats Gumiho, right? So taking those into account, we might be on track for a 3-way tiebreaker. But let's let it play out. Let's actually wait and see how it goes here in our WardiTV PTR 2 event. Next week, we're going to have the beautifully named WardiTV November starting off, a little bit of a bigger tournament. for you guys. It's going to be a lot of fun. Super looking forward to that as well. Foreshadowing. I think it's just the easiest thing to talk about for the future of the group. I think it's very likely to come down to a tiebreaker. I think the most likely way it doesn't tiebreak is if Shin beats Clem, actually. I think Shin really is a favorite against Gumiho. But I'll be happily surprised. I'll happily be surprised. Will Cyril play? No. Here we're just gonna fight. A couple of shots coming down. Creep Tumor gets killed. Always lovely to see a Creep Tumor being killed off as the Terran. Nice catch. Lovely start. Love to see that as the Queen continues through for a little bit. Hatchery just going to be building, Extractor coming through, Starport and the Refinery coming online as well. The Orbital Command still coming in on the natural. Couple Hellions building up also here. Take a few moments. Wardy never invites Cyril? No, Wardy used to always try to invite Cyril. Wardy very quickly realized that it's not worth trying to invite Cyril. I actually usually invite Cyril to like our Christmas Day games. I appreciate that for Cyril. That's like these cups, you know, they go on a little bit, right? They're a little bit more drawn out, and that's just not his vibe. I almost always invite him to tournaments I think you would actually want to play in, such as our Christmas Day games, which is a very short burst. You know, you come in, you play your games, you're out, you don't waste any time. Good bit of prize money on the day. We will be doing Christmas Day games again this year, by the way. I know a lot of people loved that last year, so super looking forward to that again. So yes, Christmas Day games, obviously Cast Civil War and War Chest Team League and stuff, which I ran, like, you know, just, you know, we invite Cyril when it makes sense to invite Cyril. Like, I know these players pretty well. I know who likes to play in these kind of tournaments. I know who does not like to play in these kind of tournaments. I'm not going to waste people's time replying to me to say no for the 100th time. I'm sure if Cyril felt very strongly about suddenly wanting to play in some of these, he would message me and be like, hey, Wardy, I know I don't usually play, but I'd love to play one. And I would say, well, Cyril, here's the qualifier link. You're not having an invite. Therefore, the loyal play. No, we'd just invite him in an instant, right? But, yeah. Roach is going to show up. A couple of Hellions are going to be there as they get turned back around the other way. Flare coming up. Banshee on the way. A couple more barracks building up at the same time as our older command is going to come across toward the third base. Just get that in position. Other Hellions will come back into the center. I'm just going to go poking around a little further. As, but yeah, engineering bays are going to finish once again. Some Cloak Banshees popping out. The factory is ready to jump onto the Starport Tech Lab. So, looks like we're going to have some siege tank production here. And so a tank play for these early stages from Clem. Very similar to the last game. Obviously ended that one up in a tank push. Hellions get diving. He's also against Roaches, so tank's going to be very good for that regard. But I thought these Hellions were going to do nothing. They're actually going to net themselves 5 kills. That's not bad because they started off looking pretty rough. Hatchery will get cancelled there. I'm just going to be seeing the Queen's going to go back onto... Oh, the Banshee's sorry, going to go back onto the Queens. Get a couple more shots. A few more hits continue to come out as one Queen goes down. The other Queen's taking some more shots as well. Drone does get to become the Hatchery. Actually kill another Queen, though. I don't think Clem's going to be too upset about this. Going to dance around the Hatchery now as well. Gets the cancel. Oh, Clem, why are you so good with the Banshees, bro? 2 Queens, second cancel on the Hatchery. Oh, it's such a pleasure to watch Clem sometimes, isn't it? It's just so much fun watching this guy be so freaking good at the game. You know what? It just sucks to watch Clem sometimes. This guy that just runs his Banshee into Queens and just loses it instantly. Ugh, such a traumatic event. Jeez. That was the Casticus of all time. It's so much fun watching. Just like gushing over Clem. He's like, let me just fly my Banshee into this Queen uncloaked. I'll just, 3 Queens uncloaked, low HP. Let me just show you. You know, the other day, I think Clem took offense when Harstem was like, well, it's not really being Clem micro today, and Clem microed like a god. And today Clem hears me be like, oh, Clem's so good, he's like, I'll show you, Wardy. Don't want you to be getting overconfident in my favor. Ay, ay, ay. Marines and Medevacs are going to step forward. A couple of crew teamers here will not go down. A couple of roaches will die. Medevacs escape up to the top side. Hatchery that can maybe jump on in the next couple of moments. Missile and carapace upgrades coming through. Link speed building. Roach speed building. Bane nest building. A lot of preparations for the next stage of the game from Shin, as Clem will look to try and slow him from getting to that stage of the game as best he can. Marines unloading out. The few roaches coming across. The Medevacs up to the top side are going to reposition a little bit as well. The few drones are going to get back onto the mineral line in the center as now these Medevacs try and step forward. A couple of Marines unloading. The roaches and the Ravagers coming across. Combat shields coming through from Clem as well, so we bring that straight in as the Medevacs will make their way up to the top side of the map. So just going to be going straight up to the top here. Hive on the way through. The Lings, Ravagers, and Infesta coming about. Balance speed, +1 melee, +2 carapace coming up. Marine tank over that right-hand side. Bit of bio pushing the top. Roach, Ravager, Ling. And we've seen a couple of those Lings going down immediately. Ravager getting jumped on as well. Frank's just going to keep on fighting. It's going to be a base going down. Obviously, big win here. Meanwhile, tank push setting up on the bottom. It was a very similar vibe to the last game from Clem. Obviously, he's playing against a different style of play from Shin, not playing Ling Bait and Hydra, playing Roach Ravager into the kind of Ling Ultra. Losing the hatch already is pretty rough. Medevacs here going to try and reconvene with the rest of the army. This army isn't actually that powerful. There's a few Marines, and then just the tank line is terrifying. I mean, if there's more Lings, then this would go down very easily. But Shin doesn't necessarily know that. Now reinforcements are going to be arriving as well, so this is going to become tougher to handle. Versatile is going to launch up in the sky. One tank goes down immediately. A few Marines are going to step up. A couple of tanks can maybe try and get sieged. Just going to load up, going to unload once again. We go back and forth a little bit. Couple Queens going to keep on trying to fight. The Hatchery still taking damage. Units on the top left-hand side going to press into the 12 o'clock. Rosa Files will take out a siege tank already. The Marines going to get blasted by a Baneling there. I mean, these tanks are just unstoppable, apparently. I think we're finally going to start breaking through them. And they've been here for so long, just holding the ground. Well, and it was really just tanks as well, right? I mean, this is legitimately just been tanks. There's not even been that many Marines the whole time. Yo, the G-Way, how you doing, mate? How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Thank you so much for the $5 donation. Them being gods here on not only Terran, but on also Protoss kind of makes me question your life. Yeah. Look, you can't question things when it comes to Clem, you know? Like, he's a special case, right? He's a special case. I can start breaking up this ramp here. Ling, Roach, Ravager coming through. Actually going to close the gap as the bio comes across. A couple of Roaches continue to fall. Corrosive Fouls landing again. Blinding Cloud goes down. Clem has to step away from some of the Banes that are trying to roll into this. They are going to get in towards the Marine Marauder. Viper still up overhead. Another Blind Cloud in the back. But I actually think we're getting enough Marines and Marauders through to just support this well enough. There's an Ultralisk. Well, Clem's in a very good place transition-wise. Goes to on the way out, so you will have an answer to these Ultras almost immediately. As Shin is going to be on his last legs here soon, it feels like. Clem is absolutely pushing this into his favor. 180 to 140 supply. Steps forward again. The Viper gets targeted. GG, says Shin, and Clem will take game number 2, and he will win this series. So Clem closes up a game 2 against Shin. Looks good while doing so. And we end up in this position now where what we got, Clem is going to be 3-1. Shin is going to be 2-1, and Gumiho is going to be 3-0. Gumiho actually only dropped one map so far. And he did beat Clem? Okay. Clem lost 3 maps. He lost 2 to Gumiho, and he dropped 1 map to Mana. Gumiho dropped a map to Clem only. Shin dropped a map to Mana. And then to Clem. It's actually going to be kind of tough to figure out, guys. Shin can't win the group. Shin's only... Okay, so Shin's +1, Clem's +4, and Gumiho's +5. So if Shin wins, even if Shin 2-0s Gumiho, he can't have first place because he will always be behind Clem. If Gumiho loses... Okay, if Gumiho wins, he's first place. If he loses 2-1, if Gumiho takes a map, he's always above Clem as well. So Gumiho needs a map, I think, is what it comes down to. If Gumiho gets 1 map, even if he loses, he gets first place in this group. So Gumiho just needs 1 map, otherwise Clem is in first. That's what it's going to come down to here. Damn. So yeah, Gumiho just needs 1 map and he's first place in the group. Against Shin and Clem. Wow. He just needs 1 map against Shin right now. Okay. That's a crazy, crazy rate for this to end. That keeps it exciting all the way through. That's the... It's always nice when it's like someone just needs 1 map rather than they need to 2-0, because it's like, oh, they lost the first game and then the rest of the series is like, well, even if it wins, it doesn't matter. So like this way around works the best. Okay, well, we know what the deal is. Basically, Gumiho gets a map, he's first place. If Gumiho does not get a map, Clem first, Gumiho second, Shin. I think Shin is always third. Because even if Shin 2-0... Oh, no. If Shin 2-0s Gumiho, he would be +3, Gumiho would be +3, and Shin would be second on head-to-head. So actually, yeah, Shin... Yeah, okay, so actually Shin can get second by 2-0 Gumiho as well. So either Gumiho gets a map and he's first, or he loses 2-0 and he's third. Gumiho can't end up in second place. That's so funny. Gumiho's either first or third. Okay. Wouldn't it be Clem because he beat Gumiho? They'd be openly tied 7-3 map score and series score? No, because Clem is... No, because Clem didn't beat Gumiho. That's why. Because Gumiho beat Clem. Clem did not beat Gumiho. That is why. Yeah, that's the exact reason. Let's throw out an invite or 2 more, and we will go into this next matchup, guys. Last matchup of the day, actually. Last matchup of the day. Everyone's joined. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. Looks good to me. Let's count down into it. So we know the dealio. We know the sitch, as they say. Cool could say, right? The sitch. We need to use 4 syllables. We need to use 1. Final best of 3 today in Group A of our second WardiTV PTR tournament. The red Zerg in the top right corner of ley lines. This is Shin. And in the bottom left, our blue Terran player, it is Gumiho. So just to reiterate, if Gumiho gets a single map in this best of 3, he's first place in the group. The only way he doesn't get first is if he gets 2-0'd. And if he gets 2-0'd, he's third place in the group. Shin would be second, and Clem would be first. So it's either Gumiho gets a map, and it goes Clem, Gumiho, Clem, Shin. Or Shin 2-0s, and it goes Clem, Gumiho, Clem, Shin, Gumiho. A cool way for it to end. Shin would love to get a 2-0. Obviously, Gumiho, if he gets... I mean, Gumiho would love to just, win the series anyways. Being 4-0 in a group like this is always such a feels-good situation as well. And you start with 2 barracks on the front. Second rack's coming up. Overlord coming about. Well, Queen's coming through, Reaper's on the way. Overlord heading to the bottom left-hand side. And a couple of Reapers coming about, the Queen's coming through, Overlord's journeying, and the Reaper of Gumiho heading to the top right side of the map as well. He is just going to head on up, try to see what's going on. Clem does not want to play TVT and plays Protoss instead. I think Clem just maybe played the first game and was like, I'd actually kind of just like to play some PVT. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I don't think he's going to avoid TVT forever. I think he just probably maybe feeling it on the day. Are players allowed to swap races during a single match? Yep, they are in our tournaments. We made that rule because all the players requested that be the rule, even the ones that don't switch, so... Couple of Reapers hop up, couple of drones are going to be going after it. A shot will be, or shot 2 will be going down. Just going to have our link speed coming in, the drones producing, Queen on the way. Again, factory and a couple more command centers are going to build up as we go as well. If it does get killed off as it gets caught there, so that will fall. As we do have ourselves the Overlord of Shin continuing to move through into the center. Link speed coming up, a couple more drones on the way out. Alien coming through, a couple Marines building. The lair is coming up, the Overlords are producing. We do have ourselves the tech lab finishing up on this barracks. Impact coming out right here. Again, a couple more Marines coming through. The Overlords are coming in. Again, Impact coming by as the Orbital Command builds in the main base. I wonder why most tourneys don't allow race switching between games. Something. It's mostly just ESL made it, but that's a rule that you can't do it. But I mean, I actually kind of used to think that that was fair, anyways. Like, I think it's. The way StarCraft is set up is that the general consensus is that you're going to play a race for the series, and so we set it up and we veto maps as though we're going to be playing against a certain race, right? So, I mean, I personally think from a tournament organizer perspective that, yeah, like the way that the tournament's set up is designed for you to kind of pick your race and play your race. But over time, I mean, the argument is obviously it's cool to watch, it's cool to see. If someone's good enough with a second race, why don't you let them, benefit from that? And being good enough on 2 races, give them some benefit, So I can agree. I think from a pure organizing and admin perspective, I'm on one side, but from the viewer perspective, I'm on the other. So I think the problem is, indeed, it's like if someone says, "Well, actually, on this map, I'm going to play this race," and the other guy's like, "Well, on that map, I'm going to play this race," and he's like, and then they like, "Well, I don't want to play that matchup." But you just have a rule in place for that, and then it's easily solved, Queen, we'll get the Hellion, as we have ourselves the Marines and a couple of medevacs going to begin to move out onto the map. So Gumiho will head across the map here. Has that ever happened? I actually do remember one time people were changing races before a game, and someone was like, I don't want to play this matchup, so I'll play this. And they were like, well, I don't want to play that. Like, it actually did happen once. I don't think it was that big of a deal or anything, but I think it was more jokingly as well, but it's not super crazy that in a very serious tournament, a lot of money on the line, it could happen, right? Well, probably not very likely, but it's not outside of the realm of possibility that people are very serious about it. Infestation Bear coming up, Evo Chamber coming through, the +1 Carapace upgrade coming into play. We do have our 1-1 upgrades and that combat shield building from Gumiho, who already has the stim up and running. There's a 2-Rax Reaper opening, so he's pretty quick into the bio play from there. As 1-1 and combat shields continue to come around, the siege tank and the few Marines continue through. Armory and a couple of additional barracks building from Gumiho. As our Marines will stim, toward the third base. Roach is going to get across there. Medivac's coming back over. Getting back to the center. Medivac's pull back over. 1-1 upgrade still coming up. Melee upgrades on the way in. Ling speed producing. Ravager coming in. Hive building as well. There's a few Marines dropping back off on the right-hand side. Armory about to finish up from Gumiho, so we're going to get that completed as well. It's going to take another stim upwards. Group tumors. Not going to get cleaned out. I thought we were going to kind of have a scan there, but he actually just dove into the Roach Ravager. Usually when you dive on the creep like that, you're going to be coming about. As you can see, our 1-1 upgrade still coming through. Hive is on the way in. Got a few more roaches around the top side. Again, a hatch coming up on the right. Rest of the Marines and Medivacs pulling back in the center. Stepping forward, Script Jim is going down again. Shin playing this style, he's about to have his Vipers coming through. It's going to be big for him to help against the siege tanks. Gumiho will get forward. This is one of the things about this map. It does feel good for Zerg the longer it goes, but this first base is, this base here is quite far forward, so Terran can get in position to deal with it. However, we fight this without the need for Vipers. Roach Ravager on the other side is going to complete the cleanup. What a fight from Shin. Wow. Just absolutely annihilates this army. He just snubbed that attack as though it was nothing. Bio tank still gathering up again. Other units coming through the center. TT coming up. Concussor shells coming in. Ultraless cavern building. Now there's a couple of Vipers they're going to consume. Wings, Roaches, and Ravagers will come over. The few Banes are going to come across as well. Medivacs pulling away as we do have the Banes about to connect. Corrosive Fowls again going to land on the siege tank. Plus the Roach Ravager still coming across. 2-2 melee upgrades coming by. Ultra Cavern coming up. Chitinous Plating on the way. Plus of shells coming out also here as the Ling Ravager Roach Force settles. A few additional Banes are going to start morphing in here as well. Let's keep moving around here, Shin, with the Ravagers coming up. Definitely a factor as we have an army coming back the other direction. On the top side, this Bioforce going to come through. A couple of Ultras going to move forward. Widowmines are going to shoot their shot. A couple of Ultras are going to get absolutely blasted there. Going to pull back. The Ultras continue to chase with the Roach Ravager in hot pursuit. Bane's on the other side of the map, going to go after some SCVs. Roach Ravager will have to turn away without the Ultra support. 2 new Ultras on the way here from Shin, as he does have a lot of bases. Obviously, Gumiho is sitting on a pretty comfortable 4 base though, and a 5th base coming back online, so he'll be able to get to that next base along fairly soon, it would seem. Extra Banes coming up. The Ultras coming through. Ravager plus 3 Carapace. And the Bollock Synthesis also in production right here as the Lings are going to run through. The Bio going to be there. The Widowmine's about as well. On the top side, Bio's going to step it up, and Extractor taking some damage. Couple drones go down. Ultra going to be dying as well. We're going to finish that, then target the hatchery. Once again, Ling's on the run by, but there's units there. Now also in the bottom right, Gumiho's going to have to lift up and get away. He will finish this hatchery off. Good win to take that down. Remember, all Gumiho needs is a map to finish first place of this group. Can he get it? A couple of Banes trying to brute force their way forward right now. We load back into the Medivacs once again. +3/+3 on the way. Drilling claws coming up as well. Oh, that's a good Widow Mine shot right into the Lings right there. A couple of Banes coming up. Bio going to step forward. More Lings taking damage again. Widow Mine shot's going to fire once more. Oh my goodness, so many Lings getting deleted. I'm worried about the lack of Marines. There's a few more just showing up now, but I was worrying if this was mostly Marauders, there is that potential as... Man, the Widow Mines are doing well. There is the potential that obviously the Lings don't die quickly enough. Ultra's still in the front though. Ravagers and Lings going to continue onto that base as Shin taking one hell of a fight. He's going to lose these Ultras in the end. The orbital lift to stay alive. 23 upgrades coming through. Marine Marauder coming out. Orbital command building also. Bioforce will chase the Ultra Ravager down. The Lings backing away too. Also here, as we do see 3 more Widow Mines on the way up. Extra Banes are going to morph straight in. Lings are going to come out into the center. Medevacs loading up, 4 Ultras in production. Overlord speed continues to produce. Our Lings are going to get back around the top. Again, 8 more Banes coming by. The Zerglings producing Ultras and Overlord speed on the way in here. We do have 2 Medevacs coming around the bottom of the map currently. Getting ready to drop into that bottom corner. Bio will get the hatch. That's a kill, not a cancel. Shin has obviously had his issues this game with keeping bases alive, but it's just been a scrappy one. Great contest here between Shin and Gumiho. Gumiho really standing up better to Shin than what I thought he would. I actually thought this was going to be a pretty tough series for Gumiho, but man, he's holding into this 14 minutes deep at the moment. Well, chill out on the high ground. A couple Lings going to get shot at. Ultra Ravager going to come forward here as well. The Bio will kite backwards. In the main base, you're going to see the Marauders getting going as well. A couple more Banes coming towards it. Widow Mines are going to shoot. A lot of units getting hit. That's a great fight for Shin. That's a disgustingly good fight for Shin, as Gumiho just doesn't fight well there at all. Medevac's getting hurt by the parasitic bombs as well. Oh, we just lost the game as Gumiho, I think. This was that bad. Wow, what's going on across the map? Anything in particular? A couple Marines are getting some drones, but there ain't no stopping this army right here. There's a Liberator, which is going to get biled down as well. Oh no, there ain't no stopping this army at all. Shin has just won the game on that fight. I mean, it was a very decisive fight. A little crazy that it kind of comes down to this after being such a... I mean, look at this. It was such an up and down game with trades. Look at that drop-off from Gumiho. Just not the fight to be taken at all. I mean, Ultra's going to derp around the production structures there. We're going to get some Ultras over here. Might want to put a couple of those onto the SCVs. Bane's going to try and bust through here. We're just trying to kill so many bases at once. Like I say, if we kill some SCVs along the way, it would go a little bit faster. Same story over here. Kill some of the SCVs. It'd probably be a bit easier. Although Gumiho just run out of minerals, so he couldn't repair anymore. So the plantaries go down in sync. The Ultras go chomp, 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 and see you later. And Gumiho, well, looking like he might be in some trouble because, yeah, Shin just has a bit too much. This is going to come down to game 2 then. Gumiho has to win game 2 to win the group. So this game 1's out of reach, I think. Widow Mine shots. I mean, there's a lot of low HP Ultras here, but there's also a lot of healthy Ultras behind. They're going to continue to chase this Bio army down. More Widow Mines burrow up. Just going to go chomping. Still moving across. Burrow and the +3 melee coming by. Ultralists will hunt and kill. Ultras are so derpy, man, when they're all trying to get around each other to attack. Not super pretty. In the end, Shin isn't like on a massive tank and a ton of supply at the end. Gumiho did a lot in this game that was very right and put him in the right kind of direction to be in an okay spot, but not enough in the end. GG's, and it is going to be Shin to take game number 1. Like I said, that means that we are a map away from Shin 2-0 and Clem being first place, but Gumiho still only needs 1 map as well to be first place himself. Alright, let me drop them invites and get going into a game 2 here. Could be our last map of the day. Yeah, fun one though. Little reminder, guys, I'm not here tomorrow. Tomorrow's family day, so I will not be here tomorrow, but I will be back on Saturday and Sunday to round out this tournament. Monday with WardiTV Mondays, Tuesday with the Lima League replays, and more WardiTV action throughout the week, that week as well. So, plenty of StarCraft still coming up in the near future. We'll give it about 30 seconds. We'll kick this off, guys. Alright, let's jump into it, guys. Let's get it going. Let's kick this off. See what's going to go down in Amygdala for our final map today. Let's roll out. In the top right hand side of the map, we are going to have ourselves a red Zerg player. This is Shin. He's up a game in this best of 3. A 2-0 for him gets him second place instead of third, which is obviously good for seeding. As in the bottom left, our blue Terran is Gumiho. A win for him would be absolutely huge. Banner comes down, Barrack sets up. Well, we get to see where our game's gonna go. Give it a couple of moments to get set up initially. Get underway. Pool coming up, hatch coming online. Just gonna move about a little bit there, see what we can get up to, see if there's anything exciting going on. For a couple of moments. Get ourselves set up and rumbling. Yes, if he's coming about, Feeling's gonna get moving. Ling's gonna get in and feel a couple of SCVs. Just gonna be going down. Just gonna be seeing the Lings going about as well. That SCV falls. A couple of Marines gonna come across. Lings going back over. PSV is going down. Just going to be seeing how Marine's going to continue about. Marine's going to shoot there. Barracks going to be overhead. That's going to be the Overlord going down as well. You can see our drone moving about. The other couple Lings moving through. Hellion, Starport, all coming up. A couple more SDVs coming about. The racks will land onto the tech lab. Medevac coming in. The Queen coming through. The drones are building. A couple of Hellions coming around as well. Medevac and the Hellions still producing. The SCVs coming online. Refinery building as well here from Gumiho. Got that link speed coming up as well for the moment. Impact, Hellion, Marine continue to come through for the moment there. Link speed coming up. There's a couple of Queens and a few more Links coming about. Our hatchery goes on to the third. As you see the Medevac of Gumiho going to come across. 4 Marines inside. We're seeing the Medevac continues to get blasted. A few more Lings moving about. Lings be coming up. Bane Nest coming in. You're not going to see that getting cleaned up completely. So Gumiho loses the Medevac. Still has the Hellions. He will get those into the mineral line. And now going for some of those drones. 5 workers going down. Naked 8. The Ling's going to be there. Queens as well. 10 workers killed. Gumiho off to a pretty darn decent start. A few Ling's going to chase up. That Hellion going to get pushed away. Queen will be there to chase that Hellion as well. And Hellion will drop. So the Hellion falls, Stimpack +1, Marine and a couple more Hellions all coming through. Again, the command center drops down into the center here. As we do take a third base behind this, but this was obviously off of 2 bases, which means that for the Terran, doing damage is nice, but it was almost essential because he's obviously committed to less economy by now opening with a triple CC build. Marines head down the bottom. They're going to be there to fight off those Lings very quickly. Nice little pushback. As our Lings keep on moving about for a moment or so. Again, lag coming up. Evo chamber and extra Lings on the way through as well. +1 combat shield building. Again, we're going to be pretty fast on the upgrades here as Gumiho because of the way that this game opened. So that biocentric play going to help. But Shin's already taken a 4th base, so Gumiho's going to have to step up here fairly soon. This is hitting the rocks there. Just going to be seeing a few more Marines unloading from those Medevacs. Just going to be on the edge of creep and going to step forward for the moment. Queen's hitting. Medevacs get pushed away. And melee upgrades. Baneling speed coming up. The Hellions get through. A couple of drones going to take some losses. Ling's going to wrap around. Hellions will fall. The upgrades coming by, Bane speed coming up, a few more Hydras coming in. The Marines are going to step up, a couple Crypt Demons going down. Extra Hydras and Bane still going through, additional drones producing. Marines and Medevacs in the top left hanging about. Marines just going to chase down to the bottom. Going to go onto the armory there. It's going to be cancelled. Oh, was that the factory? So I think that may have been a factory armory, but still building in the main base. We try and get towards further upgrades. Gumiho pressuring up at the top side, trying to capitalize on some of that early damage he dealt. But man, Shin really bounced back from it as though it was no bother at all. And that's what I mean. Because the Terran wasn't on a super fast third base, you can take some damage as the Zerg. Shin's recovering well, putting that tank in that corner. That's one position we've definitely seen used a couple of times here on Amygdala. As this hatchery will be in some trouble. Shin is missing some of the speed upgrades on the Hydras to just make them engage a little bit more easily. Hatchery will go down. The Lingbane Hydra continues away. Drones continuing across. You can see the Marine's still going to be there. Ling's getting pushed about. Bottom right side, our Ling's just going to gather on the watchtower. The rest of the bio coming across here. Continue to head down the bottom. The Lings continue to move through. A couple Medivacs, Marauder, Drilling Claws all building. Again, +2/+1 on the way up. Beautiful plating coming through. We do have our Lings back onto those rocks. Lings will fight. Bio going to shoot. A couple of these Lings going to have to back it up as well already. Just stepping away there. Drilling Claws, upgrades, +1 vehicle plating. All of that continues in as our bio army continues to get settled here. Well, the Infestation Pit obviously gives Shin some extra tech options. As Gumiho has got a 4th command center, where do you move it to? Do you try and take the gold? Probably not. Probably, I mean, you've already killed this base here. I think you take the 4th here. This map becomes very interesting if you ignore the gold, because you can work around this right side. The counterattacks would be limited to the left. And Gumiho is going to take the gold. He thinks he can just defend that and doesn't matter. Which is, you know, fair enough. But yeah, if he works his way around the right side, then you could just push directions for him. Obviously, as these rocks go down, the map does open up. Maybe that's less enticing anyways. So maybe the gold is just fine to take. Marines get there. A couple more Lings going down. Ling Hydra Bane going to try and turn around again. Marines are going to fire. Those few Lings going to step up. Overseer's going to be nearby. The Gumiho Medivac's going to retreat away. Overseer's still coming up. +2 melee, +1 missiles. All of that coming through for the moment. Lurkadana is building as well. Just going to be having our Lingbane Hydra still continuing through. The Overseer's up on top. And this army of Shin continues around. Still got that Lurkadana building from Shin. The Hive coming through as well. +1 missiles is on the way up. We're actually going to start diving into this bottom side. Widowmine was lining up onto some of that Lingbane Hydra. Does not connect as it pulls back in time. Additional Baneling's going to be morphing in a few moments. A couple of those Banes already starting to drop. Here we go. Big run in from Shin. He is going to have some Widowmines that do not go very well. Good splits from Shin. Did not let the Lings stay stacked. I have not yet seen a good Widowmine shot in this fight. Wow. Absolutely great fight for Shin. He's going to have this pushback and a chase down. That's the big part. The fact he's chasing right here is huge. The Medivac goes down. Going to continue to the bottom. Bio does show up. The Lings get turned around right away. Seismic Spine's coming up. +1 missiles building through. +3 Carapace as well. Lingbane Hydra gets back to that right-hand side. The Marine Marauder coming across. Good upgrades continue to produce. The Nidus network building on the 12 o'clock as well. If Gumiho had been able to retarget some of his mines, I think he could have done such good damage in that. I mean, so much of the Zerg was clumped. I know it's not easy to retarget your mines, but that's one of those moments where it would have been potentially game-changing, because that fight was so bad for him because no mines connected at all in his favor. But like, that is because of what Shin did. Shin split the right units away. He moved units in the right kind of directions in my eyes. You know, the Terran just didn't do anything to help his Widow Mines. Let's do have our Bio gun unload. And we've seen the Bio continue about. Lingbane continuing to come through. Hydra's going to get there. might fire a couple lings go down. We also on the right side attempt to push up. Look is going to be there as well. Adrenal glands coming through. Just going to be seeing the Nidus network coming up as well. The rest of the lings coming over. I mean, nice to see a Nidus here. It's not even going to be needed. We're just going to run in with the Ling Bane. That base is dead. The Banes will never let this live. Hydra Lurker coming through as well. Gumiho's supply isn't bad, but I mean, oh my mom, no, the Lurker's on the right side. Never mind. Gumiho's supply is terrible as he walks into the Lurkers, and Shin now going to siege up on the ramp as well. What a great place for the Lurkers to be at the right time, as Gumiho is not going to have much luck from here. Oh, he's got Lurkers in the natural as well, as Shin is just going to overwhelm this game with Lurkers. The supply was like dead, pretty much dead even when this started, which is what I was about to say. The supply was not bad for Gumiho, but it doesn't feel like he has much. Well, then he definitely didn't have much following those Lurkers. GG's, and Shin takes it 2-0 over Gumiho in this event. Wow, that was a hell of a way to end it. As the game wraps up, the match wraps up there. GG's. Crazy. Alright guys, that's going to be it for us today. I appreciate you all being here. I've had a blast. It's been a fun week so far. Tomorrow is my day off. So we are going to take a day off tomorrow, chill, come back Saturday and Sunday, recharge and ready to go with more StarCraft 2 action. Super excited to bring you guys even more games Saturday and Sunday. Again, on Saturday, we will have Group B of this event, which is going to be Bjorn, Goblin, Rogue, Spirit, and Classic. So that comes up on Saturday, and the Sunday will be the playoffs. Again, the final standings of this Group A will be Clem in first place, Shin in second, and Gumiho in third. Alright guys, if you enjoyed the stream, do not forget to follow on the Twitch channel. Like and subscribe on YouTube. There's still a bunch of people watching on YouTube that aren't subbed, so do that. Helps out massively. If you really enjoyed the stream, continue to support the channel as well further by subscribing, prime subscribing, and so on and so forth. You guys know all the ways to support, but I will mention it. We'll run some ads at the very end, so I appreciate you all. Thank you so much for supporting. You guys have a great rest of your day, and I will see you again next time for more StarCraft 2 action. A set of ads on the outro, like I mentioned, and we'll host someone up and spread that StarCraft love. You guys have a great rest of your day, and I'll see you guys on Saturday for more SE2 action in Group B, which is an amazing. I love Group B. Like Beyond Rogue Classic Beyond Rogue Classic Spirit Goblin. That's a hell of a set of players. It's gonna be fun. Hoping some Protoss make it out as well. See you guys on Saturday.